All right, good evening, everybody. I'm obviously late, but not as late as I was expecting to be. So I guess this is something of um, a partial win. I don't know, but I'm obviously happy to be doing some more House of Light tonight. We're coming off of a fairly open season, and I think we'll probably be continuing along the same lines as Wednesday. But let me just take a quick minute here to put everything up, and we will be good to go. So my aim really is to try and get the stream back at 7 o'clock, or at least within that first hour start times. I have no idea whether or not I'm going to be able to accomplish that. Work is going to be a big factor, but again, we'll do the best that we can. But for now, I seem to remember that I wrote down a little bit of a to-do list. Where'd you go? Yeah, so I have something here about Pentiment's lesson on... And then I cannot read my truly appalling handwriting, but... Welcome back, Librarian. Everything is remembered. Hush House endures. Game loaded successfully. So we're buying something from Oriflammes. Okay, let's see what we've got here. So... Is it Path and Pilgrim? That can't be right. So I'm reading The Locksmith's Dream. I'm reading Temptations of Architecture. I'm reading Unhatched Hymns. So these are all scale. And then this is the Geminiad, which will give me pentiments and precursors. Okay. So I would have guessed that this would be Path and Pilgrim. It just feels a little odd that I would need to give myself that reminder, seeing as it seems like a fairly self-evident one to go for. I don't know. I'll take it. Sorry, I just need to get my tea. Okay. Let me just see. Maybe I was going to put it on pentiments and precursors. The other thing I need to work out is the Inks of Revelation, because I seem to have a bit of a duplicate for Ithistry on this one. Oh, that's not true. Hang on. Yeah, so if I take Inks of Revelation to 7, I should put that in Hushery. Okay, so I'm going to take a guess here and say that the pentiments and precursors should go to the pentiments and precursors skill. My other option would be Stone Stories. Yeah, actually, the more I look at this, Stone Stories may be an appropriate choice as well. So let me just take another quick gander at my options. So the options that we've got here, so we've got Deoris Book 1, so that's going to be an Edge and Forge. By your marks ye shall know them. That's going to be, I believe, Heart and Knock. It is indeed. So that could be a good one for Drums and Dances, for instance. Intimations of the Skin, so that's Desires and Dissolutions. That gives us Grail and Moon, so that can be used towards Pentiments and Precursors, as well as Tradisma Hira. Tradisma Hira needs at least one more. Glassblowing and Vessel Crafting is Sky and Knock, so at the moment we don't have anything that really needs that. Edict's Liminal is Moth and Knock, so I could potentially use that for Inks of Revelation. The Radical Measure is Knock and Rose, I believe. Now, the Rose that I had been working with before was Path and Pilgrim, which we're about to finish. Now, it may make sense for me to try and level up some of my skills that have Rose, because I don't think we're that strong in it right now. Let me just... it's one of the I guess anything stories. So Sky Stories? Yeah, it's either Sky Stories or Inks of Power. That's my best one here. So I feel like I should be putting some more into that. Zerogri, how are you doing? And Vanguard, good to see you as well. Happy, I guess, early Remembrance Day. Is it solemn and respectful Remembrance Day? So Inks of Revelation for this one. This is a pretty straightforward one for us to check. This one is Edge and Winter, Edge and Moon. Weaving and Not Working is Heart and Moth. Sky Lantern, Grail Moth. This is Pyroglyphic, so Forge and Lantern. Moth and Forge, more Moth and Knock. Yeah. And of course, the deeper we get here, potentially the more difficult it is for these two. The further we go along, the more difficult it is for us to do these. So I think my note did say that I wanted to improve Pentiments and Precursors with this, and maybe I'll still do it, but I'm actually, the one thing that I'm noticing quite consistently is I don't see any Nectar here. Right, so we went through a number of these books, and as far as the lessons are concerned, we're really not looking at any Nectar in any of these lessons here, let alone the scale, of course. So Nectar and scale are going to be the things that I need to level up Stone Stories. So this one will help. And given that Stone Stories does seem to be something of a priority for preservation, I think I'm going to dedicate Pentiments and Precursors to that skill accordingly. So a bit of a shift in terms of my plans, but I am okay with making that change. And of course, the hope is that we'll maybe get some more books or otherwise be able to make those other improvements. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? I should maybe take a minute and see if I can do something with the Perilous Path, just because we do have a character with Rose. I think I've kind of done this before already. But I don't know. I would feel better knowing that we have this much of summer left. I'd sort of feel better knowing that I have firmly determined whether or not I can get another room unlocked with my memories. Another thing I want to keep in mind is that out of the texts which house Newman, which are very powerful memories, we've read one of the 5 available to me. Now, I've partly been doing that based on the lessons that I can get, but one way or another, I do actually want to start unlocking the potential of all of these different books. Okay, speaking of the potential of books, The Locksmith's Dream in Cursus, the fifth and final volume of Teresa Galmier's notorious work, which began as an examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but became an account of her own occult journey. This volume was apparently never published, nor allegedly even written, yet here it is. The law goes back all the way back to Stone. The keys cannot be held or owned. This had, I believe, the unexpected consequence that those outside the law may hold and own them, but even they cannot keep them. And of course a key is no more physical than a spirit, but a spirit may be housed in a body, and I have touched a key with my own hands. So the Legions hold the keys. I had thought the Legions only, old and powerful transgressors of the crime of the sky, but I begin to understand that the crime of the sky is more even than it seems, and why a twin who unites what is not to be divided might accept a Legion as as her name. So I imagine all of these are joined by their, by the fact that they grant Rose. The Temptations of Architecture, the antiquarian and Nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors with particular reference to a house in the bounds named Treowyn. No doubt they have come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair, even now in Treowyn. A silver sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the wheel-locks, the charge holders of Treowyn, have had recourse to dramatic measures to prevent oniric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. So the secret threshold, again, has got its Rose aspect. I think I'd mistakenly brought in Stolen Secrets because of the moon aspect. But again, I'm not too fussed about the lost element of the soul. Unhatched hymns attributed to St. Lucia the Eyeless, patron of glassworkers and name of the hour called Meniscate. The hymns venerate every sanctioned hour, celebrating them as the sun undivided, but also suggesting that each hour may become the next, madrigad to watchman, watchman to wolf, and so on. The hymn of the phases celebrates the Meniscate from whom we do not turn, for the truth which is beauty, the beauty which is truth, and the perfect balance between the two. The hymn of the Reflections, more puzzlingly, celebrates the Meniscate as sister of Janus, mother of shadow, whose visage wondrous in emptiness can reveal all truths. And finally, the Geminiad Volume 2. Now, this is the first time we've read this book in this session. The Geminiad Volume 2, a fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language Fusine is much older. The cover is a dark and exotic leather with a smooth, almost chitinous surface, decorated in jasper. These pages outline the 7 bloody natures of the daughters of Lagia, those corrupted immortals who gave birth to children in defiance of the laws of the upper heaven, who devoured them in obedience to the hour's punishment, and who have been left outside the law. The second volume of the Geminiad suggests that these 7 corrupted immortals have been accorded the privileges of names of the witch and sister, or perhaps sister and witch. It reminds us that the twins unite what is apart, and that the crime of the sky, in some sense, is in some sense a supreme joining. And it speaks at length about the sadness of the 7, the sadness of mothers whose children are forever lost, and far worse than lost. So obviously I didn't intend it to be this, because I forgot that this is in the Geminiad Volume 2, but this relates quite heavily to what was found inside Incursus. So I'm just going to read it one more time. So the Geminiad Volume 2, a fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language Fusine is much older. The cover is a dark and exotic leather with a smooth, almost chitinous surface, decorated with jasper. So, these pages outline the 7 bloody natures of the daughters of Lagia, those corrupted immortals who gave birth to children in defiance of the laws of the upper heaven, who devoured them in obedience to the hour's punishment, and who have been left outside the law. These are the key holders. The second volume of the Geminiad suggests that these 7 corrupted immortals have been accorded the privileges of names of the witch and sister, or perhaps the sister and witch. It reminds us that the twins unite what is apart, and that the crime of the sky is in some sense a supreme joining. And it speaks at length about the sadness of the 7, the sadness of mothers whose children are forever lost and far worse than lost. So we've often talked about the idea of the lore in the game, and I've noticed I think probably this relates to big marketing beats for Weather Factory. So I do notice every once in a while there'll sort of be these waves of people who are interested in the game, and very frequently the question will be, how do you guys figure all this out? And it's sometimes, honestly, it's a lot like other games where it's like, I found it out because I read it all on a wiki, right? Somebody wrote something in a wiki once, and the idea caught on, and you found it. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like we read things to learn about them. But as always, hey, Tanya, I think you were just recently playing this game, were you not? I did not recognize you as a streamer when you first when you first visited, so I would have shouted you out if I had known when you stopped by. I would have shouted you out as a broadcaster, but I was rather surprised to see it. So let me see if I can remember exactly what the what the tag said. So this is, I believe, a stream that is tagged as lurker friendly. In this case, I get the advantage of saying I know they were playing Book of Hours recently. I don't believe you are exclusively a Book of Hours streamer, though. If you are, my other apologies for that. But actually, so I do need to say, I obviously had a great pleasure. Sorry, I just followed you here. I just gave you a follow because I recognized you as a chatter. But for those of you who were here last stream, a very pleasant chatter is also presumably a very pleasant streamer of House of Light. And rather than try to pretend that I know what the broadcast is like, if you would like, or if any of your followers would like to give the elevator pitch or even the TED Talk as to what makes your stream worth watching, please feel free to do so. So, because I'm clearly not going to do justice to you, but I do hope to get a chance to stop by on your own channel. And thank you very much for bringing your audience over. For those of you who do not know me, and that's going to be the majority of people in the channel right now, I'm System Chalk, as the name would suggest. I am definitely a big fan of Weather Factory's games. I originally found comfy, calm, meticulous gameplay sounds like what on a good day would be my stream. However, I am going to assume that probably you get a more consistent product at Esteni's channel. Also, I know I stumble over my pronunciation, so feel free to correct me if you would like. But thank you for the summary, Aki. Hopefully you'll find something here. Although I will just mention, for those of you who came along on the raid, I always like to tell people, I appreciate when people come along on raids because you sign up for one thing on Twitch, and sometimes when somebody gets raided, it's not always going to be your cup of tea. So I do actually see a number of you stuck around. This obviously reflects very well on the host, or the hoster, not the hostee. But of course, I understand that I am not necessarily going to be everybody's cup of tea. So I wanted to take a quick second and say thank you very much for that support. For those of you that aren't sticking around, I appreciate it nonetheless. But for those of you that do stick along, I will take a bit of time to introduce myself, and then we'll talk a bit about where we are inside of the game. So I am one of these Weather Factory fans who actually did not come from Sunless Sea. So for those of you not familiar, one half of Weather Factory is Alexis Kennedy, who was the founder or co-founder of the narrative game studio Fail Better Games, and sort of made this very popular indie hit called Sunless Sea. And I was actually one of the people who kind of bounced off of Sunless Sea originally because of its initial difficulty. And there's kind of a bunch of postmortems on that as to why it worked or didn't work, and how subsequent games were changed and how the games are developed differently. And maybe that's a conversation that we can have at another time. But I found this game through two kind of weird coincidences. Number one, I was playing a lot of Stellaris at the time. That's in fact where Vanguard Master found me, and I really enjoyed the Horizon Signal, which is what this author had worked on. However, I believe before doing the Horizon Signal, this is, I think, my first encounter, because I had played Sunless Sea. It's just not one that really registered as a big one for me. Later on, I did play it and sort of appreciate all the things that I don't know, I did come to appreciate all the things that people were raving about, but it actually took me getting into Cultist Simulator and then getting into Sunless Sea. But I had played this very odd little prototype on itch.io called Cultist Simulator. And this was not the JavaScript prototype, which was on a website, but it was the first Unity prototype where sort of there was this desk layout. How you doing, Thunderclap Sasquatch? I still insist that is a great euphemism for a percussivant, but I know that was not intended. In any case, so I tried this. I was really into it, and I sort of followed the development of the game. I followed through on the Kickstarter. Really enjoyed interacting with the developers, Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan, and I streamed the process of playing both the prototype but also the various betas that were released to the backers. And I think probably most of you don't need to be told that Cultist Simulator was far more successful than I think anybody was really expecting for that game. And so what I eventually discovered was that people were looking at these old videos and, it kind of, there was some momentum behind it. So I wound up doing some dedicated videos for Cultist Simulator on YouTube. Now, fast forward, Weather Factory very kindly invited me to sort of play the game on their Twitch channel, or sorry, their Steam channel. Usually whenever there's a sale going on or whenever there's a sort of various promotion or something like that. And I still haven't gotten bored of them, but the playthrough, the reason I say this is that the playthrough that we're doing right now for House of Light was because I got to be one of the cohort of beta testers for the game. I didn't make as much progress as I wanted, so I think it was a pretty crappy beta tester. But this is one that we started when they were testing House of Light. They did give permission to stream the game while it was in beta, and we're sort of continuing on. I've given myself a few restrictions in terms of the various skills that I'm committing and such. But we are currently playing as the Magnate. We have, I think, finished off our Nyctodromi branch. I didn't intend for Nyctodromi to be the first one that I did. It just happened to be what was available. And we're slowly sort of filling out these various trees. However, as I'm sure some of you know, that there can be some benefits to breaking some skills during Numa, so I've also sort of held off on committing some of the important ones just because they will allow me to make some progress inside of it. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, I mean, Magnate isn't one that I would normally choose. I think probably in terms of my personal interests, I would say Lantern and Nox, so I pretty much default to Twiceborn, which I'm sure says something about me personality-wise, if essentially I go for the demigod by default. But we won't go into that. So in any case, I definitely enjoy exploring the game. I actually still haven't uncovered all of the different recipes, but we've been enjoying a nice lazy summer. We got the Salon done early. It was a small one just hosted in the Gulfskry Logia. I'm taking the time to read up some books to try and improve some of the different branches in terms of skills that I wanted. Oh, we're really similar in our approaches then, it sounds like. I actually had another Magnate playthrough that I was doing earlier on, but I do intend to return to that. But I just kind of need to be conscious of the various times for these things. So in any case, one of the reasons why I'm picking the specific skills that I am, I have been looking for Core, Arab, and then eventually Faust. So this means that I'm going to be putting some skills into birdsong, preservation, and then Horamachistry. So that's kind of where a lot of my focus has been in terms of reading various books and such. And again, we'll take things as they come. We are at a point where we're getting offers from Oriflammes, and we only have a couple more rooms to open in terms of just getting some various books inside the house. But in this case, it's I've got kind of enough to tide me over for the next couple of days in terms of various activities to level up the skills and such. So that's where we're at. And for those of you that haven't been completely bored to tears, hopefully you will enjoy what you see here. All right, so we get Satisfact. Sorry. I don't know if I ever realized the direct connection between the description of the Legions and Satisfaction. Nearly Logical, it's hard to believe it's been a year, but that's what the opening of the Ark suggests. So thank you very much for all of that support. I hope you're doing well. All right, I need to find a new Satisfaction shelf because if you take a look here, we've already got 3 books for Satisfaction. And again, I've filled up the house with all sorts of cookery. I'd prefer a slightly less insane place to put them. I do really need to work out this intuitions and like there's a bit of madness here in terms of just where everything's laid out, but I think what I'll do, I'm going to take the existing, so CSWS RBOB. So this is kind of counter to what I was originally intending, but I don't quite feel like I have enough social license to do a full reshelving stream, especially with so many people from another channel. So, well, I'm glad you found it's worth it, Nearly Logical. Again, I kind of feel like I'm a write-only streamer in the sense that I only broadcast. I don't watch as often as I'd like, but I really do appreciate that people still continue to show this sort of support. Again, it definitely helps in terms of just taking the bite out of I still have a slightly elevated internet package from what I normally would do, so it helps kind of take the bite out of the extra tier that I get. Canadian Telecom is absolutely ridiculous in terms of its prices, but it's hard to complain when I get nice people stopping by. Algrin's, good to see you too. Okay, so the plan was to get Path and Pilgrim to 8, I believe. Let me just confirm that. It was indeed. So what do we have on the shelf here? So Path and Pilgrim is a scale and Rose skill. So we've got the Gossip, we've got the Confounding Parable, the Secret Threshold, and the Savage Hymn. Now, if I would like, I could just bypass Mr. Kill, and we could add the, what would it be? It would be, Fear would be 1. Do I need to write this down? I think I can get by. I've got a note that I can erase anyway. Actually, the better thing for me to do would be just to say, okay, we just need to level this up 1 more. We're halfway there. We need 3 more memories. So Scale would be 1. Earth Sign would be 1. And I guess technically the Occult Scrap. Yeah, so I suppose here's the way I'm going to do it. Let's go for I'll use the metal in this case. I will get a Fear. Okay, so that's 1 of 3. Let me just double check. So not an impulse, but a intuition would also help. Now, I seem to remember there was a bit of... I think there was some uncertainty as to the nature of these books. It says intuitions, but I actually kind of doubt this. So I'm going to go for the safer one. I can't recall if I did the Concursum Diaries or Republic of Teeth last, so I'm going to do the Concursum Diaries. Let's employ our Faust for that one. Now again, all of these have the risk that Mr. Kill is going to override them, but at this point, you know, I really need to make progress in terms of this. There was always going to be one of you that did that. All right. And then we'll use Ambrose's desk, and from that we will start reading. I guess I actually can't read Dyrasha Quercum yet because I would lose the... I would lose my existing Earth sign. And perhaps we don't even do that. Maybe I just use the occult. Well, no, if I use the occult scrap, then I need to wait. I don't know. We'll work it out. But I don't think there are any other... as far as in any of the other... Oh, hindsight, actually. So let's do that. I'm slightly partial towards trying to work with the existing books that I have. And the reason for that is I will often find myself in a situation where I rely on the hirelings to give me stuff like hindsight or any of the ones that, you know, they'll normally generate. And unfortunately, that translates into a limited... kind of a limited access to some of these other texts. So for instance, White Book of Brittany might be interesting to read in the context of having gotten the Red Book of Brittany, but I'm less likely to read it just simply because I know that there is the possibility that Mr. Kill will get me that. Anyways, so we've got, let me just double check here. We've done, oh, we didn't do anything at Westcott's desk. Let me just double check then. So hindsight here, intuition, and fear. We're good. That's 3, 7. From there, we'll be able to level up Path and Pilgrim. And I think I'd originally said that it was Pentiments and Precursors, but I think I'm actually going to try and level up Stone Stories. Now, that is a little more complicated just because we are competing with the existing... Like, we also need scale for Path and Pilgrim, so we may just have to let the Satisfaction expire. You got to head off for a bit. Very busy tonight doing you-know-what. Well, if you're working on your game, feel free to say that you're working on your game, because I'm sure there are some people who may want to check out your Steam page. If it's something else, then you'll just have to DM me what it is. But good luck. Have a good evening. And if I don't get a chance to see you before the end of the stream, I guess I'll see you Wednesday. Oh, you finally released. Congratulations, Vanguard. I'm sorry. I've clearly been out to lunch. But that's a huge milestone. Well done. Oh, that must have felt great. Congratulations to you, Vanguard. If I'd been paying better attention, I absolutely would have marked the day for you. But again, I've been in my own little world. That is absolutely not not a reflection of my... I know I also bungled like giving you the feedback before release, so I know as far as a an early supporter and cheerleader, I've really just stumbled at the finish line. But please do not take that as a lack of of interest or enthusiasm. I'm really happy that you saw that over the end, because it's actually funny now. Sorry, I know some of you guys have been waiting for some gameplay on that, but it is kind of worth saying here in terms of the marker. I am definitely involved in the local game dev community. It's really interesting to see people who actually deliver things. I hang out with a number of people who also say that they want to make games, and there's definitely people who say that they want to make a game, but they never go beyond the I want. And that's fine, because you only have so much time in a day and in your life, and not everybody needs to make a game, right? But there's also definitely a type that will spend a lot of time telling other people how they should make their games. But we're also in kind of a lucky stage in the sense that we now have distribution networks that allow people to do early versions of their games, right? And this isn't just Steam Early Access, but this could also be Kickstarters, and this could be Itch, right? Where I first found Cultist Simulator and all of that. And I've been a Kickstarter backer, and I've been someone who has bought early access games that don't go over the finish line. And again, I'm actually a lot more relaxed on some of those. There are some which clearly overpromise and sort of pull the rug from under their backers, and I'm not happy with those ones. I think those are actually fewer examples than I think most people are willing to admit. But everybody feels disappointed when these things don't turn out. But I do think it's worth saying that, especially because I know you faced some disappointment at the start of the release on that, I actually think there is a lot to be said for the fact that you saw this through to the end, particularly for the people who had already given you their money to see a finished game. And so I really do think there's something really impressive by that. I think, had you had like a Minecraft level success, nobody really would have questioned whether or not you're going to see that thing through to the end. But especially when, we talked about this earlier, that the initial sales weren't what you were expecting them for. Having been on the receiving end of people who have just said that it's not economically viable to continue making the game, I have a lot of respect for the fact that you saw it through and that you delivered something based on sort of what the market was telling you in terms of what they wanted to see. And the fact that, from my end, that I saw you specifically going out and soliciting that advice and doing what you could to improve the game, I think that says a lot. And I hope you do see the reward in terms of people realizing that you finished through on the stuff. Yeah, I mean, if you want, but I mean, again, I don't mean to extend your time here, and I don't mean to dwell too much on that. I think right now is the time for celebration in terms of the fact that you made it. Because again, I honestly, truly, even that roguelike tutorial, the event that our roguelike dev did, the number of people who start that, and that is like a straight up tutorial. You can take that off the shelf and do it. But the number of people who start that and don't finish that when there's actually nothing that they need to do other than follow the tutorial, that there's a statement there in terms of how hard it is to just finish this stuff. So again, congratulations. I'm looking forward to your next one. Better now. Okay, I may need the extra elements of the soul, so we've spent enough to get the to sort of be in the black. Not that we have to be in the black every day, but it is summer. I'm sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. Okay, there's some more foresight. Sorry, Vanguard. I just saw your message. Good Lord, you are made of way sterner stuff than I am. That's gonna be. I imagine that's gonna be a really impressive story to tell later on. No, I definitely feel that. I'll maybe share in terms of my own, because you know that I've changed jobs recently. Well, not so recently. I mean, back in January, but it had occurred to me for a while how much I'd sort of internalized this undervaluing of my skills from work. And once I sort of realized, like, the new place really does seem to appreciate some of the work that I've done, and that sort of gave me a bit of a charge. And so at this point, like, I'm doing well and I have a pretty good reputation, but I still definitely feel like I want to push even harder on this stuff just to like run up the numbers and like really show what jerks the old place were for undervaluing the work. So I definitely appreciate spite as a good motivator. Sorry, I wanted to totally keep this positive, but I definitely can relate on that. Stolen Histories. The agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. Sparrow acknowledges 5 histories, insists the 3rd history may be overrun by coils, warns the 5th history is already lost. Sparrow, with his usual paranoia, appears to be conflating the horror of the Worm Wars with the Great Writhing with the activities of the Great Hooded Princes. Still, he draws thought-provoking comparisons between the princes, normally conceived as exotic knocklong, and the widely feared worms. I was on the verge of talking about some lore stuff earlier too. It was mostly on the Legions, and then I got distracted. But for any of you, so yeah, actually, sorry. What I did want to say earlier on the lore stuff is that it's absolutely fine. You know, like we learn stuff by going to resources and reading them up, but it always invites the question, well, where did they get it from? And honestly, it really is like when the game says read everything, it's not joking. I like the fact that you're able to reread the books compared to in Cultist Simulator. And there's a reason why Cultist Simulator makes the books go away, except for the Geminiad, and this one doesn't. But really the way that you start picking this stuff up is you acknowledge that the world is bigger than you're ever going to understand at one point. And of course, when you look at those posts from people, so first of all, the people who are writing may not necessarily be correct, right? You can speak with great authority on subjects that you have absolutely no idea about. I have a lot of experience doing that. But the big thing is that what you do is you take, the best thing, honestly, is just to take a few points of interest. This is actually one of the reasons why I love watching Oswin Meow stream for this, because she'll apologize for doing a stream where she's only reading the books. And I'm like, no, this is what the game is about. It is fascinating to see you go through and draw these inferences based off of reading all of these different books. And so again, that's kind of why I wanted to comment about how reading the 5th volume of The Locksmith's Dream in Cursus and then reading Geminiad Volume 2, both of these are talking about the Legions and specifically their status as names of the hours that are twins, the sister and witch and sister. So, and the way that, in my view, you can have as that ambition, like, I want to understand all the lore of the secret histories. But if you go, like, even with the wonderful advances of large language models and you type in all the lore of secret histories, how to learn, first of all, it'll say you can speak plain English to me. And then second of all, it'll probably give you some summary of the fan wiki or something like that. But like the fact of the matter is it's really big and it's weaved in with real history. And so what happens instead is you say, you know what, there's something interesting about this, right? Like, so for me, I like Lantern, the Watchman, the Unwise Mortal, the Egg Unhatching, the Sun and Splendor, the Glory. All of these are just interesting things to me, and they're all related to each other, right? And if I want to expand a bit further, the fact that Amber is always associated with, Lantern and the Watchman is like, why is that, right? Why does Amber keep coming up? Can I maybe follow that? And just following that interest, anything that catches your eye, and then making a note of that. I mean, some people like using Obsidian books. I like writing physical notes. These help you. But the thing is that if you let your interests drive you, you're going to start getting a bit of a coherent view of the world. More importantly, what's going to happen is you are going to sort of be attuned to how the game conveys ideas. And so once you start having an idea, and specifically, right, so I can say that there is, the Sun and Splendor, but there's also the names of the Sun and Splendor, and these are now hours in their own right. Now I'm getting a bit of an idea of the hierarchy, right? You know what hours are, you know what names are, and then you can say one step below that you have long, and maybe one step below that you have no. And these are different things. And all of these, by the way, are defined in the game, but they may not be directly defined. There may be something that you need to appreciate before you move in there. And to me, that's one of the reasons why this is not just a game that I gobble up and move on to the next one. It's something that as you continue to play, you get different views, right? You get to sort of see the game from a different angle, particularly when you play these different journals, these different legacies. So, it's a unique way of telling stories. I think Weather Factory are really onto something doing this, and we talked about the books that they've put out. So there is the Snare of the Tree and Other Temptations. That's the sort of game design essay, but there's also Against World Building and Other Provocations, which is the collection of essays. And again, it's a very unique way of telling stories that I think is uniquely well suited to games, and it's rewarding to see people engage with it that way. So it's always kind of fun just to see people ask that question, how do you guys figure out all this lore? Because honestly, it's just like you play the game and you let your interests take you there. right? You make the links, and sometimes those links will be wrong, but if you follow them enough, you get the evidence to show you where you were misled. The Concursum Diaries, the diaries of the explorer and murderer Lars Westergren. He's unhelpfully translated them into Frisian for privacy. There are map legends, there are maps of legends, and there are legends of maps. Aspects of the Mansis subsist in all of these, in much the same way that you find water in a swamp and in a cup and in the sky. Westergren describes a series of expeditions into the Mansis. He focuses on the details of the experience, the colors, the vistas, the textures, rather than the practicalities. He does warn that the Mansis changes each year, although he assures the reader that the doors have been the same. Doors may close, but they never disappear. At least not while there have been mortals in the Mansis. We're like mice. The White Book of Brittany, a volume of death lore gifted to St. Brendan's by Brian of Brittany, who was made Earl of Cornwall after the Norman conquest. The white flower lies heavy, but the roots of the watchman's tree run deeper than snow. The white flower is described as the death of wisdom, but wisdom can pass into sleep, not death, when the rage of glass is subjected to a sufficiently powerful winter aspect while the ragged crossroads arts are invoked. So, of course, this would be a Actually, I'm trying to remember which recipe this is. But I know it's a recipe. Okay. So we're ready to level up Path and Pilgrim. I'm going to try and get another level if I can, but let's focus on our immediate needs. Okay, so we will give you the... Actually, we've got quite a few vegetables, so I think I'm going to use the health in this case. We use pentiments and precursors. At last, I approach mastery. Improve the skill to level 8. Now, my intention was... Originally, I was going to level up pentiments and precursors, but I think I'd like to level up stone stories instead. So I can't read... I mean, for what I'm doing right now, let's set aside 1 health. I think I'll just get the 2 nectar the old-fashioned way. So 1 impulse, which we can get from here. I think we're on to either the Damascene Traditions or the Beekeeper's Ends. Let's do Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith. And then I'll use Earthstein, but I'll have to read that a little bit later. And it's kind of the end of the world, so let's go use some elements of the soul. So, a walk on the moor. Gather in summer. The wind's almost warm. Beachcombing. I'll take a long walk along the ocean's side. If I know what to look for, I might find something the ocean has forsaken. Actually, I should ask... Estienne, if you know, and if this isn't giving away too much for your audience that are here, are you going towards a particular ending as the Magnate, or have you not decided, or maybe you don't know yet which one you're going for? I had a hunch on one of my Magnate plays, but I don't think I'm going to do it on this one. And I guess at this point I should probably... Oh, actually, I'm going to hang on to the Faust here, but I'm gonna use the Shaft to make some money. I'm going to I'll keep the medal so that I can read the book, and I haven't used the Gull Colony yet, so steal eggs from the seabirds or find what the seabirds have stolen. The sea rolls below. And last but not least, let's get some gardening done. Honey or beeswax if I'm careful. Carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions, all the unsung heroes of the stew pot. And then let's get some Trumpeter's Lily. And I guess do moth orchids again. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So I'm going to wait till this is at the 30-second mark, and then we can start reading Durashiocorcum. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Alright, the skill is now level 8. Its power aspects have also increased. So, here is Path and Pilgrim. The traveler is always returning. One who does not is no traveler. Aaron Peel. Speaking of the Great Hooded Princess. Alright, so my original plan here was to take... for Birdsong, we wanted to take Sky Stories, Wolf Stories, Path and Pilgrim, Hill and Hollow, and Leaves and Thorns. We're not quite at Leaves and Thorns, but did I apply Sky Stories? No. Okay, so I think I'm going to hold off. If we have a Salon where I need the Element of the Soul, or if it's Numa, I might consider committing these things. But for now, I'm going to hold the line. Although it is good for me to know that I probably should invest in a few more... Actually, I'm slightly disappointed in myself that I didn't put more into Leaves and Thorns, so let me just make a note of that. The good news is that one only takes Grail. Or, sorry, that one takes Nectar and Grail. I'm going to focus on the Grail for that. So we have 6, so we need 3. On we go. Alright, dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Obviously, we needed that intuition earlier, but hey, we'll take what we can get. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I'm going to take the time here to preserve my wild surmise. Now that night has fallen, I can rest and perhaps dream on the day's doings. And here we go. The Damascene traditions of the House of Leith. The House of Leith was an order of immortals who sought obscurity, rejecting their past and future. If the author of this short text is to be believed, the initiates of the Damascene branch were much more radical than their fellows elsewhere. The house generally forbade any potentially procreative activities for fear of the terrible consequences of too long bearing a child. The Damascene order took this much further. At one point, male initiates were required to undergo castration, and female initiates to strangle any children they had previously born. These measures were so horrific that the order was shaken by repeated schisms, and eventually absorbed into the local Sisterhood of the Knot as a society of healers and exorcists. So there's the first impulse. And then, or the first nectar rather. The next is the Earth Sign, so we're going to take that to level up Stone Stories right away. Let me just find the boundary of 3. Oh. It's very confused for a moment. I am no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So unfortunately, we'll lose the satisfaction. We didn't make much of the sun today, but we have the nth vector. Wormwood Dream is one of the more simply horrific visuals I could think of. It's great, isn't it? I also like, what is it? Let us hope it's equally possible to forget this. I remember I saw the icon for this before I encountered it in the game, and I remember seeing that and wondering, like, what on earth could possibly be associated with that image? And then I find, oh, Wormwood Dream. Yep, that sounds about right. Face. You are required, if you have nothing else on the shelf, to make the fireplace face. Hey, another wild viper. Don't make any sudden moves. We may release this one to the wild. I don't know if we need 2 vipers. Nope, didn't want to go there. The dog chased it off. Sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. Dirashu Quercum. In English, the title translates roughly as The Account of the Oaks, but this is Nathaniel Darcy Evers' fascinating, if haphazard, survey of the occult properties of every tree he can find, not just oaks. In Persia, Taxus baccata, the yew, is called Sorkdar, which is the red tree. There they had long understood the Grail root. In later times, the great king of Pontus had beehives set in the branches of the oldest of the female trees. The berries of the Pontine yew open the door to death, but the honey of their flowers opens a different door entirely. This was not the great king's Mithridate, but one who has suckled at the great yew fears poison no longer. Perhaps they should. Nathaniel is here distracted, however, by the toxic properties of certain inks. He does mention more usefully that the minor ink of power yew gall can be brewed through the rites of the roots with the assistance of the aspect nectar. I will share I'm slightly annoyed with myself for not making a note of the other characters who would have further interactions. We've got Connie and Zachary, but I seem to remember, I think it was Aaron Peel and another character. Anyways, I might be able to check the VODs for it, but it feels a little like it's distant enough now that maybe I just can't bring the visitors to the snake room. Well, again, I think there's some who might appreciate the viper. Moth orchid is soft as velvet to the touch, except when it changes. We wound up with a honey. Although we certainly have more than I know what to do with, it would seem. There's always room for another precariously balanced. Hey, a gull's egg. At Brandkrug, even the hours are kind, and the years are kinder. This egg may stay viable quite a while yet. So if I would like a seagull... Tame Viper, an avid student of warm fireplace stones, warm mice, and warm milk. Now, I know it's a little early for me to take a break, but I'm halfway through my tea, so I might give it, 10 minutes or so, but I may take a small break just so that I can put the kettle on and get myself a refill. I'll try to keep it short if I do, but I just wanted to give people a small warning on that ahead of time. But let's think about what we're going to do with the rest of the day. I wasn't expecting Leaves and Thorns to have the barrier that it did. So if I take a look here, we've got Leaves and Thorns, so that I'm going to need 3... I'm going to need 3 lessons for that. That's Grail and Nectar. Stone Stories, I'm going to need 5 Scale and Nectar to get to the level that I want it at. Tradisma Hyra only needs 1 Grail and Moon, so there's a small argument for me to just bump up the Grail and Moon if I can. Now, another question I might ask would be, what's the highest level rose that I want? Let me just take a quick second here. I don't have it at any of my tops, but for level 8, so glass blowing, vessel crafting, preliminal meter. Okay, so there may be an argument for me to try and go hard on the preliminal meter. just so that I have something that I can use to read these remaining texts. Have you had many salons yet? I've had a lot of fun with the first couple. I have. So in terms of now, I have kind of kept to a pretty tight guest list, mostly because I did get further interactions between Connie and Zachary Wakefield and his tattoos. So I've definitely been following that path. But I do pretty much every summer. I've been trying to hold one. I have had a little bit of, I wouldn't say trouble, but my start to the salons were a bit slower just because I was slow to add skills to the Tree of Wisdoms, which of course keeps me held back in terms of the elements of the soul that I have. But yeah, so this is why I'm a little frustrated with myself. It may be Aaron Peel and Isan Fekri, but whatever it was, the game will actually tell you in some of the dialogues that there's opportunity for sort of follow-on material. So that's one reason why I've pretty much always been bringing Connie and Zachary into the salon so that I can see further interactions. And of course, if you want to see more interactions, you can angle it a little bit in your favor, because if you do a smaller salon and say something like the Gulskrai Logia, like we did last time, in this case, you have to have a small number of guests. It's not even like you're forced to do that. Now you can always just do a salon with 2. That's fine. But where I can, I want to try and do it right. So yeah, in this case here, there can be sometimes an advantage to having a less impactful salon so far as your lessons learned are concerned, just because it forces interactions that may not necessarily happen when you've got a full one. But usually I want to do the full one just because a lot of this stuff is still new for me. Again, I may have been playing it a bit earlier, but I play quite slowly, and so there aren't as many interactions as I've not seen as many interactions as they are inside of the game. The other thing is I'm also saving a couple of things. So for instance, I really do want to invite Reverend Timothy for a salon, but I insist the first one I bring him to should also be the one where I invite Hokeball to Posend. Like, it is a requirement for me to sit Hokebald and Timothy together. All right. So before I go any further, I want to take a minute here and take a look at the possibility of opening up a room with Rose. And then I think I'm also going to take some time to work out... Oh yeah, you know what? I keep saying the Perilous Path, but I can actually wait for winter on that if it really comes down to it. But you know what? Let's just, for the fun of it, let's take a quick look and see what our possibilities are. So I've got a note here that I need to erase. Come on. Okay, so I need 13. So if we bring in a barber, that's 1 rose. So Fet gives us 2 for a total of 3. The tool gives us 1 more for 4. Memory gives us 4, which takes us up to 8. So then the question is, what kind of food and drink can I use to improve this? And honestly, I think this is the thing that trips me up and makes me think that maybe it's better to wait for the moon. Because if I take a look at my options here, now we always have, well, sorry, I should probably just use my spreadsheet if I'm going to look at the rose foods. But we have like the rosehip jam, which isn't bad. I mean, that gives us another 2. So let's say food. And we can actually make rosehip jam without that much trouble. So that'll take us up to 10. But I guess at that point, really, we're waiting for a third. I think I forgot to put my cooking sheet. Okay. So if I was focused on rose food... Yeah, the best here I would have is the rosehip jam, which I've already said I'm consuming. Honey Scar, Jasmine Tea. Looks like that'll only get me the 1. So if I'm looking for 13, we don't have a plan as far as things are currently built. So I think we'll just leave that idea of opening a room aside, and we're going to focus. I'm going to focus on 2 things, actually. So the first thing I'm going to focus on is leveling up the skills that I think I need or should level up. And then the other priority is going to be trying to I want to try and get prepared for the next Salon. So one thing that I can do, we can try and decide where I want to host it. So it'll be autumn. We could do one in the chapter house. We could do one in the Hall of Division. If I'm feeling in a particularly spooky mood, we could do it in the Hall of Voices. Or we could do it in the refectory. I kind of like the idea maybe for autumn, we get a nice chance to sort of look out at all of the colorful leaves and all that. So let's have it in the chapter house. That'll mean we'll have 5 guests. For that one, so we previously had Ecdistis, Connie, Wakefield, Serena, and the Kills. So I'm going to change it up a little bit. So Connie and Wakefield for sure. I think I'm going to add Olympi. So I have 2 more guests after that. Let's make... I'm going to add Arthur Moore. So that's 4 of 5. And I think I'm going to look at my black book. Sinfekri, Douglas Moore, Peter Ecdistis, Father Stanislav. It's been a while since we've had Father Schaller. Serena Backwood, Lala Kaima, Zachary Wakefield, Aaron Peel, Yvette Southey, Connie Fraser, Morgan. Coquille, Olympi, Daymare, Hokebald, Zeta. Might be interesting to have a Zeta, actually. Oh, feel free to share if you'd like, Estienne. Let's think about who we're inviting. So we're inviting the Suppression Bureau types. Actually, what would be kind of funny is I know we've invited Douglas and Arthur before, but I actually kind of like if we have a full complement of Suppression Bureau types, and Connie strikes me as kind of a fun collection. So I think we'll invite our good friend, the Weary Detective, for a good laugh. Okay. So with that in mind, Douglas, I believe, wants Lantern. Just going to double check the food needs here. So Douglas is Lantern. Arthur Moore is Lantern. Connie is Sky. Wakefield almost certainly is Winter. And Madame Bichet. Did I really? No, Forge. Okay. Coquille and Douglas. Oh, that's interesting because I know I've seen the interactions between Douglas and Serena on knitting, and in fact, I've heard another. I remember. I also remember the knitting thing coming up earlier. So the first interaction involved Coquille being very incautious and Douglas taking note. The second conversation involved him pretending to arrest her, then revealing it was a joke. Very well. So I haven't had anybody leave together yet. Okay, so let's work this out. We've got Sky, we've got Winter, Forge, Lantern, and none of this can be Booze. So that gives me something to start with. Now, while I'm at it, let's take some time and work out what my my journey through Actually, there's one other thing I want to look at, which is how far do I need Inks of Power? Okay, so if I'm looking for as much Rose as I can get, just because that's the real gap in terms of being able to read more books. Okay, Inks of Power actually has already been committed if I had bothered to look. Okay, so it is preliminal meter to 8, which is going to take me. So in this case, let's just admit it's going to be a lot of work. Ithistry. So preliminal meter is going to need 6. Knock. The good news is, though, we do have some knock material, so... Okay, that is actually very cute, Estiani. Oh man, actually that was, yeah, that gives me something to think about. Well, thank you very much. And again, thank you so much. Again, I think I've said this before. I really don't like the style of Twitch broadcast that pretends that other streamers don't exist. So I appreciate, I'm sure you didn't mention that you were a broadcaster of this before, but I appreciate you sharing your audience with me, because again, I'm definitely not anybody's cup. Well, I'm clearly some people's cup of tea. The fact that you brought your people along and that you stayed for the experience afterward, I appreciate that tremendously. I hope I get a chance to see you on your side, but if not, have a wonderful evening. And a good, I don't know if it's a long weekend for you, but I hope it is, and I hope you have a good one. And to Cree, wonderful to hear you. We actually just got some interesting news about some of the further stories that can develop between some of the characters, so I'm very excited. But I'm also very happy to see you. I hope you're doing well. All right, let's take a look. So preliminal meter, if I can, is a bit of a priority for me. So I can actually get, it looks like I can get 5. So if we do 2 radical measures, that gets me 4. I can get up to 5 with by their marks you shall know them. Maybe on imperfection would be the last step that I need on this one. But if I'm going to do that, it actually would make sense for me to read towards a fundamental aesthetic, because then I can get the glass blowing and vessel crafting. Yeah, no, I think it's a good default setting to have. So it's just one of those things where I wanted to acknowledge your politeness, but I also wanted to say, I think also just if there's any other broadcasters around here, it'd be nice to take the time to acknowledge them here. But yeah, no, it's mostly I wanted to acknowledge the discretion, but also to take the time to say, you know, acknowledge my part that had I known you were a broadcaster, I would have mentioned, because I'm sure there's a lot of people looking to see more of this game. So thank you very much for doing so, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Yes, that's right. This is if you have been sitting back, now is the time to mention your broadcast. Sell us your podcast, your SoundCloud, your Twitter, your Blue Sky, your Insta Tinder, whatever you do. Oh, which ones have you had, Cree? I didn't know how far you'd gotten inside of this. Okay, so we are going to do towards a fundamental aesthetic. And if Oswin isn't around, I'm trying to hold back on a couple of the secrets. So if I get a chance, we'll get the second edition too. All right, knock, a gate flung wide. I am a match for this book, enough knock to match mystery knock. So that's 2. We probably can't read both radical measures at the same time, so let's work on the one that we have. So the strongest I can bring here would be Inks of Power. Okay, so I am going to need... Well, you know what? We can get that through the Occult Scrap and the Lunar Globe, so that's not too big of a hardship. Rose of Journey's End. Okay, so that should bring me 4 that I can use for Preliminal Meter. Actually, if that's true, then I should wait for the glossed version of the Radical Measure. So, I also want something for Trades Mahaira. And with that, Intimations of the Skin seems to be the right way to do that, so we'll grab the Arab. And will Applebright Euphonies be enough? Yes! I can master this mystery. Enough Grail to match Mystery Grail. Alright. So, we can start off pretty simply with the Yellowing Newspaper. Let's put our whisk towards it. Investigate this object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. And then we can bring in Mr. Kill for some conversation. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. The other thing that I'm thinking of here, so I'm going to want to set aside some memories for leveling up various skills and such, but I think what I'm going to do on top of that is I'm actually going to start working out the menu for the salon. So there's a couple of easy steps that I can do here, which would be just to serve the, you know, the tea and the water and such for the various characters. I think I said we're going to host the salon in the chapter house. So let's just clear out the chapter house first. I don't have to, like, I'll move what I can. If I don't have room for everything, we'll find another place for these, but I want to at least get the basics taken care of. I think this is a sea pie. Hall of Division should have... Ooh, it's getting a little crowded. I can probably make more room, though. Oh, no, that surprises me. Okay, so yeah, we can definitely bunch this up. I really like the description for this one. This is a description of the of a fish that Ambrose Westcott caught, but had very specific instructions for how it was to be prepared, provoking a minor crisis in the kitchen. Actually, let's just read it. Poached mackerel. We do not poach fish in Brankrug without recalling the turbot crisis of 1786, when Dr. Westcott caught a prodigious turbot and required the kitchen to poach it for him without division. But no vessel of sufficient size could be found to poach it entire. At last they resorted to alchemical assistance. Mackerel, fortunately, requires no alchemy for its poaching. Now, one easy answer for me as far as serving is concerned is it would seem like I should probably make use of the existing tea in the chapter house. It's just because we have so many... we've already got so many different pots of the second Flush of Sam. So we can take care of the 2 Moors for with the second Flush of Sam. So we'll do that right now. Serve appropriately. Pour out. And then for Wakefield, we can... he'll settle for Isle Water. Pour out. Okay, so next up, I'll let the various dishes take care of itself, but what else can we do here? So let's start with lantern. That tends to be one of the constraints. So we could try stuffed golden marrow. I would need to get a marrow in the first place, though. King's Luck pie is an option. Orange jumble, not cake, Madeira. Actually, we haven't done Madeira cake yet. So cake batter and almond. So you know what? This does take a little bit more effort, but I think I'm willing to do it in this case just because it has been a while since I've done something special. I'm just trying to remember if I had any cake batter. Sometimes I save some stuff up here and forget about it. Doesn't look like I did. So let's take the existing dough. So we'll add the egg for the cake batter. And mix cake batter, an ingredient for a higher purpose. And you know, I am slightly feeling inclined towards trying to get that stuffed golden marrow. But while we do that, let's take a second and take a look at some of the other options that we have. So in this case, we're looking for Winter Forge and Sky. So with Winter, we could do a main core. We could do Stargazy pie, boiled egg, pale marrow. I think we have a few different potato options. The roast potatoes will also give me forge. So I'm actually feeling like roast potatoes would be a good option here. And I do believe we set aside some potatoes. You're kidding me. I didn't set aside any? Okay, well that's another thing I'm going to get out of the sack of vegetables, I think. A bit of a shame that I can't do that right away. I could have sworn we had potatoes. But again, I could see why I wouldn't if I knew I could get them out of the Okay. So the next thing that we need would be Sky. Now I think that's another limiting one. So, well, again, actually the boiled egg accommodates both Winter and Sky. So maybe a boiled egg is exactly what the doctor ordered here. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to do a roast pheasant, assuming that I have, you know, I may not actually have room for the pheasant. Or at least a spare pheasant. Again, I'm feeling like I have a bunch of food that I haven't properly accounted for. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do an order. So let me just write this out to make sure that I... so let's say... Madeira cake. So I guess it's just a question of starters. Didn't think that a poached mackerel would be a good starter. Okay, so actually this gives me some possibilities. So I think in this case, the poached mackerel will give me forge. Roast potatoes will give me winter. Pheasant will give me sky. Madeira cake will give me lantern, and golden marrow will give me lantern. So, we now know what we want to buy. I think this is the wrong one. Oh no, here we go. So we got pheasant. So I think I'll get 3 pheasant. Order pheasant. Order a pheasant from TRN Limited. Yeah, we'll just let that run. Poured out. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do the other dish. I'm going to stack these all together just for simplicity, but... Okay, let's poach some mackerel. That's pilchard. That's mackerel. Poached mackerel, a dish with forge, heart, and moon. Okay, that gives me something to start with. Carefully mark the creamy paper. Poured out. All right, so this is for my inventory. This is for Douglas Moore. I suppose I should be pouring the blue crown for Connie. And with that in mind, I should also make something of the honey scar. Or I could use the Dawn Lion coffee. We'll actually use the Dawn Lion coffee in this case. Pour out. Okay, Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours for a friend. A tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Add something to enhance Mr. Kill's effectiveness for the day, or just talk. Unlike some assistants, Mr. Kill can make use of wood. Okay, one more. Oops. One more pheasant, then we'll move on to the potatoes. Actually, this is a nice little check-in. So we've got Wakefield, Arthur Moore, Douglas Moore, Olympia Bichet, Connie Lee. All people are best represented through teacups or coffee mugs. All right. Let's think about how I'm going to spend the rest of the day. So, one thing that I can start doing is, because I'm going to be putting the effort into leveling up Preliminal Meter and Tradiz Mahira. Actually, let me just line that up. And really, I should actually be investing more in the Grail anyway, because I'm also going to be working on Leaves and Thorns. But it seems to me like I have a few different memories that I can drag out right now. So, as usual, we'll just kind of go top to bottom on a few of these things. So, impulses. I don't think any of these up here quite do the trick, but... So patterns definitely works. Don't remember if I did Traveling at Night Volume 3 recently. I think this is the one with the distractingly erotic poetry addressed to Baldemera, which means we should... At which point we should be going to Cardia's Delights, but... Contradictions. So Tradisma Hyra can use Moon, so it would make sense for us to read this. I guess we're on to those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Obliviates, and it really breaks my heart that I have to read this one. I'm definitely not picking it because it's one I really like reading. Okay, Foresight we could potentially get from Mr. Kill. Gossip, likewise. Salt is not one that we will, so... And I see the Temptations of Architecture. That is definitely one that I'm going to want to follow up on. Alright, I think we're on to the Crossing to Noon. And I actually think we're out of desks with the governor's desk, so let's just... so Confounding Parable does help me, as does Savage Hymns. Okay, so Ava's desk, the Pale desk, Natan's desk, Reading Room desk, Ambrose's desk, the Vagabond desk, Nona's desk, Caller's desk. I don't think we have any other reading spots, so we'll just let time go by. This may not be the smartest move for me, but I'm also going to keep visiting the Crowcross Sands and the Moors. Okay, that's my 3 pheasants, so that's sorted. And I figure at this point I might as well order the potatoes. I can get them out of the vegetable sacks, but it's just as easy for me to order this as well. I might get some more milk too, so we'll start with the milk. The postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brandkrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. So this one he wants a mere 18. Florin will do the trick. Complete the order. The postmistress signs and seals the order and places it in the place that stamped orders are properly placed. Wait 3 days, she commands. Nothing is history when it first happens. Occult scrap. All right, so I need to go hunting for marrows. Let's start using these vegetable sacks. This is a marrow. Promising. Acrid marrow. In Brandkrug they take their marrows seriously. This is not a marrow conducive to harmony. Oh, we have a golden marrow. All right, well, I needed an acrid marrow anyway, so there you go. If I can get a second one of those, actually, that makes me even happier. are 2 potatoes, 2 milk. Let's just get 1 more potatoes, and we will send it off. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? This is a marrow. Promising. All right, so we're going to cook this one. I think I'm going to stop wasting elements of the soul on produce. So what I want to use my consider verb for, I feel like there are other things I could be doing with it right now. And I'm not actually. If we take my metal and we take my marrow and we take a knife, bake a golden stuffed marrow, a dish with heart, lantern, and nectar. In Brandkrug, they take marrow seriously. This is accounted a beauty among its kind. Okay. Again, I'm feeling like there was something with the consider verb that I wanted to do. Yes, there was. It was this little fella. Something handy. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. A crate of supplies. Something set helpfully aside. So what I'm going to do here, I should have done this a little bit earlier, but I've got the isle water. So let's add you. We'll add you. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the wind chased the clouds and the clouds chased the sun. So again, a lot of this is just about kind of keeping the various plates spinning, which I'm more or less at now, although I think, did I have a spare water? Apparently I didn't. Good to know. And this is ready for the mail, so 15 pence to cater and hero. Complete the order. Postmistress signs and seals the order and places it in the place that stamped orders are properly placed. Wait 3 days, she commands. Still don't like the new system. Okay. Now I think we well and truly are out of options in terms of things to do. Obviously this will change once we complete a few of the different some of the different encounters, but an ingredient for a higher purpose, cake batter. Add something sweet like jam or add almonds and spices. Now I believe the Madeira cake is if I add almonds. I'm going to need to get my bridge batter now. Okay. Almond. I believe actually it would be almonds and spicing. Ooh, a lot of almonds. And for this, I will add the spice scales. Yep, bake a Madeira cake. I really like the description of this one, by the way. All right, the poached mackerel, I did already read that description recently, so as much as I like it, I will save it for the salon. So yes, we're actually able to... So this, if this is the first course, we're going to have to put this way over on the edge. This is for Madame Bichet. And then I guess it would be the side dish. Yeah, so this is a first course. So then the side dish would be the potatoes. And I guess we technically have 2 main courses, but I'll worry about that later. Okay, so we're making the cake here. We are making the stuffed golden marrow. We don't yet have the pheasant. We don't yet have the potatoes. So I could make a replacement Blue Crown tea, but I don't really feel like we're at a point where I need that yet. So I think we're just going to relax as far as the kitchen goes. I could also make the invitations, but we still have time left in summer, so there's no urgency to bring them in. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So I think that impulse might help me with stone stories. At this point, it's really just I kind of want to throw whatever I can in on. That was very silly of me to forget that there was a newspaper that was supposed to go in this spot. All right, let's find a better home for you so you don't fall on my book. Oop, we've read the familiar passage. Okay, I may need to dump this on the bridge. I really don't want to. Actually, here you go. Better now. I think I do want to start making some money, but right now I think we need the extra elements of the soul. We'll save this for last. Traveling at Night, Volume 3, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Allopoly, sometimes called the only readable occultist, literate, entertaining, bewildering. Allopoly's disquisitions on fire and the unburnt god are interrupted by passages of distractingly erotic poetry addressed to Baldemera. To reach the stag door, I believe that all you really need is to want something enough. But I've never wanted anything that much, except of course Baldemera, and I'm very much afraid that the knot in the story is this. What Baldemera wants is the stag door. But here's something I learned in Persia. Perhaps it'll teach you what you want. So there's a pattern. The Crossing to Noon, the mystic Garcia Sauri, gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. There was something I was meaning to highlight on this. In fact, I've been meaning for... I'd actually go so far as to say months, but I don't know if I've ever gone so far as to say this. So I'll read this once, and then I'll give a slightly different emphasis on the second on a second time through. For a long time, the Blackbone pondered her next move, until the moon dared peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina. But the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. Garcia Sauri acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava in fact tragically drowned herself and her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey. But, he adds contemptuously, it is also widely known that the city unbuilt will so remain, that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a Mansus prank. So, when I read this the first time, when it says, for a long time the Blackbone pondered her next move, until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince completed the composition of his third sestina, my first, and I think reasonable assumption, that the Blackbone was a reference to Lady Ava. However, I believe there is also a reference to the Blackbone in, it's, she's talking about her brother enemy Tareg. It's not the Ascendant. This is going to drive me absolutely insane that I can't remember this one. It's funny, actually, because I would have thought this would have been an edge one, but... Actually, it might be one of the ones that gives regret. No, it's not one of these. I doubt that I'm going to figure this out in a reasonable amount of time. Anyways, but yeah, there is definitely one that refers to... Oh, it was the Ascendant. Ah! The Edgelong Dardash boasts of her victories over her brother enemy Tareg in the days of the Shadowless Empire. So this one also makes a reference to the Blackbone, and it doesn't really feel like Ava is relevant to this story. So this may be a statement in terms of what Ava became, or alternatively, the crossing to Noon refers to three characters: Franklin Bancroft, Ava DeWolf, and the Blackbone itself. And actually, I guess the Blackbone is referred to as her. And if I think of it, I mean, the one thing I haven't done is haven't taken a look to see if maybe that is a real world reference too. So let me just do a quick search. So the very first result I get is from GitHub. Darthton Blackbone Windows memory hacking library. Does this just say something about my... Maybe this says something about my search history? I don't know. Anyway. My inclination is to say that probably this is not a reference to Ava. There may be... I don't know, there may be something else that I'm missing on here. But like I said, where the original consideration was that the Blackbone was referenced to Ava, the fact that it's referred to elsewhere definitely had me doubt that. But I've read this a few times without ever pointing out that difference. So there, now I've pointed it out. All right, let's keep going. The Temptations of Architecture. The antiquarian and nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with particular reference to a house in the Bounds named Treowyn. No doubt they've come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair, even now in Treowyn. A silver sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the wheel locks, the charge holders of Treowyn, have had recourse to dramatic measures to prevent oniric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. So the secret threshold. Once more, those indignities perpetrated by the deceitful fraternity of Obliviates. It is not clear whether CROD, who is identified only by his initials, was in fact an initiate of the Obliviate Order of Immortal Adepts. He wrote in the 16th century after the order, if he is to be believed, had passed the height of its power. 58. That they did claim inheritance from the traditions of the House of Leith, but that they have disregarded both its most sacred and its most beautiful ceremonies where they are not found convenient. 59. 71. The Glassfinger toxin is no mere assassin's convenient for the Oblividiots to confine to the disposal of their enemies. It has higher uses. Certainly it is a great matter of winter, but I have already outlined the technique by which it may be fitted for its ultimate destiny. Okay. So let me think about what I want to try and do with these open slots. So we've got up to Temptations of Architecture. Definitely won't want to get a contradiction. And I think we're on to the Snare of the Tree. Seems to me if I'm leveling up Stone Stories, we also want to do the... fast it is. We'll want to do Singlefoot Songs. And I suppose I could try and get... I don't think a Cheerful Ditty will help, but I do think a Beguiling Melody will. So we'll get one of them. We read the Wind's Ruin, so Gemini at Volume 3. And then I think now we just wait for the lessons to come in. Ooh, basket of apples. Unexpected finds in the folds of earth and sky. I'm always happy when I get apples. Less happy when I get sand. Alright, a dish with heart, lantern, and nectar. We'll have to rearrange this a little bit, but... Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So we'll keep talking with Mr. Kill. And here we have Scintillate Oil, Caterin Hero's finest Scintillate Oil. Okay, now if I want to cram more books in, I can, but I think we're going to want to keep this open for the lessons that are about to arrive. Okay. Grail Birth. The intimations of skin. Fiendishly complex, weirdly distorted illustrations of Congress and anatomy by the haunted visionary painter Niels Fredrik Malsker. Malsker illuminates the evolutions of the names of the Grail with unfortunate clarity. It seems that a lovely who consumes an ivory becomes an ivory. A lovely who consumes a thirstly becomes a thirstly. A lovely who consumes a name of another hour might take its place. In the penultimate illustration, a lovely grapples with a fungoid knot that can only be a name of the crowned growth. The lovely's mouth and other portals gape wide, and the growth name is already partially engulfed, but it seems that Malsker couldn't bring himself to illustrate the result, and the final illustration is only a scrawled, bloated obscurity. So we got a beguiling melody for that. Probably want to use that as soon as I can. Oh, but if I'm leveling up Tradisma Hira, that's going to be a tough one. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We'll add this to the end. Let's work with what we've got before I freak out too much. The Radical Measure, a manifesto for experimental and dangerous-sounding invocatory poetry written sometime in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel, a notoriously inconsistent and incoherent text, apparently produced in a tearing hurry. The hours have little time for poetry, Dr. Peel avers, but they have a tremendous amount of time for poets. As the rose opens, Dr. Peel explains, an enduring memory opens to the horizon. This is a way of saying something that cannot otherwise be said, and is best only written with one's eyes firmly closed. So that replaced the pattern that we had. And that gives us preliminal meter. So I don't know if we're full up on patterns. I think we've got 2 shelves of those now. Ooh, yeah, we're getting a little cramped. And towards a fundamental aesthetic. So this is the first part of what I think is a fun little combination. Towards a fundamental aesthetic, or the House of Glass, Julian Cosley considered this his masterwork. Techniques for perception and analysis which permit invidious and apocalyptic conclusions. Probably the most assiduously suppressed book in history, the entire run was destroyed. Even the presses were melted and dispersed, but the manuscript edition has survived. The perfect hegemony of hours is perhaps eternal, but Cosley proposes and describes confinement inescapable, aesthetic and optical techniques which might contain even an hour, profoundly disturbing the order of the Mansis. He presents this as his own work, but there are hints that he has received inspiration or even assistance from the nowhere hour named Snow. Inescapable confinement. Everything ultimately comes down to a choice between eternity and history. There's only one place you're safe from both, and it's not a place anyone would want to be. It's a prison that only can exist in certain histories. Any librarian can use this to establish a history and complete the game, but the prodigal and the archaeologist can win a particular victory. We are neither, but... And there's our glass blowing and vessel crafting. So this one's interesting for us because of the 5 knock, 5 scale, and 5 winter. This opens up possibilities with Reverend Timothy to open this last room. Not in any rush, though. All right, Madeira cake. I love this description. In the 18th century, one would have a slice of this in the morning with a glass of Madeira, fortified wine from the Madeira Islands, volcanic yet lush, rugged yet balmy, bright with the calls of sandpipers and firecrests. This is the 20th century. We have afternoon tea now. We don't drink fortified wine at 10 o'clock in the morning. No more sandpipers. No more firecrests. But the cake's still good. Almonds. Okay, so 7 for Trides Mahaira. This is definitely a tall order, but let's just see what I can bring to bear. So we've got Clouds, Beguiling Melody, Contradiction, Salt. Okay, 4 is definitely not a bad start here. Gossip. I'd prefer not to use the Wild Surmise if that was an option. So I can sacrifice the Old Wound. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm less comfortable giving up the Wormwood Dream because that takes a lot, but if I have a glass of something, I should have just a glass sitting out somewhere. Drink the stuff. This will consume the beverage. If it's a whole bottle, consider serving it first so you don't drink the whole thing. So it's going to take 30 seconds, but this should get us Trides Mahaira before we replace the Grail. Now, the other option that... Well, actually, I can't commit anything. Yeah, so we'll just wait on the... I'll just wait on the taste before I move forward. Now, in terms of things that I need for Preliminal Meter... It's Rose and Knock, so for that, I guess it's really just the salt that we need, and then the Old Wound again. So we'll read the next salt book that I can get my hands on. Oh dear, what do I even want to do with this? We'll use metal. And the Larkabine Codex. And then we will use the Noctonary. The Edicts Martial to create an Old Wound. Explore an Old Wound to awaken the violent resonances within. Okay, so... I think we're good to unpause. One thing that I do always want to keep an eye on for myself is... Oh yeah, actually... I put all this effort. I got myself the... Or no, I didn't get myself the Impulse. I think that came from Mr. Kill. But I was going to say, like, I'm not putting anything into Stone Stories right now. That was probably a mistake, but... I'll keep talking. I deserved a little quiet time. All right. I don't think I'm going to restore anything in bed again. We may be able to, but I'd rather not risk it. I also still need to get myself my tea. What I might do actually is I might level up a skill. I might go to get my tea because we're at the 2-hour mark, and then I may take a small intermission where I reshelve the books. The water of the Isle has a very faint, very distinctive taste, sometimes described as apple shroomy. Every sweet has its sour. Emerson. Okay, so let's get this Trides Mahaira leveled up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Magic. Core. Desires and dissolutions. At last I approach mastery. Let's take a moment here and update my list. Again, we spent a whole bunch of time working this out, so I wouldn't need to constantly reevaluate my approach to the Tree of Wisdom. So the blocker for Tridesma Hira is actually Stone Stories. But we have to work this stuff out at some point, right? So the next one on the preservation list would be Edicts Inviolable, which is a Heart and Moon one. So in theory, I could actually start working on that with the moon that we get from Desires and Dissolutions. I'm not really inclined to do that yet, though. And that's just because I did want to move Pentiments and Precursors up. Oh dear. Okay, let's try that again. So I realize none of you can see the mistakes I'm making on my on my tablet, but I can assure you they are ones that merit an oh dear. All right. I think I can live with these decisions. No, sorry. I remember actually. So Leaves and Thorns is something I should be putting points into. Okay, so now that I know that, actually, there's not a lot changes with Leaves and Thorns. So that's going to be Nectar and Grail. And when it comes to Nectar memories, we've got Earth Sign, we've got Impulse, which I have for both of those. And then for Grail, they're all ones that I can get from Mr. Kill. In fact, arguably, I may not have enough Grail to be able to see this through. So maybe we'll leave the Leaves and Thorns for later. Yeah, now actually seems like a good time to do a quick intermission. So here's the plan for what'll actually probably be the rest of the evening, if I'm completely honest. I'm going to take just a quick minute to put the kettle on, get myself a refill of tea. If you're willing to be patient with me, I actually would kind of like to reshelve the library. So that's just going to be some time where I move some of the books between the various some of the various areas. If that's like a deal breaker, you know, I can hold back. Like, please don't feel if that's something that would turn you off, like, just say it, and I don't mind doing that another time. Yeah, so I know that there's a little buy-in for that. So, and then after that, or maybe during that, I will take care of the remaining leveling. My biggest priority right now is to try and move Preliminal Meter as high as I can. And that's one, so that I can read the other Radical Measure, the glossed version by Christopher Lopoli, but also basically so that I can get Preliminal Meter to the level where I would commit it. So that, I believe, is at level 8. So that's quite a bit of effort. So in this case, I think that'll take us to the end of summer. But again, I'm okay with that. It gives me plenty to do, and as we've sort of articulated, I've got stuff that I can do in between. In fact, if it comes down to it and I need to host the salon before my goods arrive, I already have a pheasant and roast potatoes ready to go. So you have been having absolutely terrible spell ideas for your weekend GURPS game? Okay, so this is a perfect time then. I'm going to do my intermission for some tea. I'll put, that does mean I'm going to do the ad break, but that's a good excuse for you all to kind of get up, have a stretch, get a glass of water. For those of you that are already subscribed, I suppose you can just enjoy the sounds of the game and perhaps the music. But Thunderclap Sasquatch, if you are so inclined, feel free to share all of your spells. I will enjoy reading them when I get back to the screen. Otherwise, for the rest of you, however you wish to spend the next few minutes, I will try to keep it as short as I can, but usually when I have to sort of boil a fresh kettle, it does take a couple of minutes to get things going. So I will not lollygag, but I also can't make promises in terms of how quickly it'll be. I will not make it any longer than it has to be, though. So I'll see you all in a little bit. Holy crap, I'm not reading all that. Oh, kidding. Uh, Hello, everybody. Thunderclap Sasquatch has given us the magic he was referring to, or sorry, he or she. Um, so, Thunderclap Sasquatch says, I have been having absolutely terrible spell ideas for my weekend GURPS game. Okay, so short version context, we are all randos from a exclamation mark not New York City, and we were kidnapped by wizards to train ourselves to become wizards and protect an ancient library of arcane knowledge. No idea where you got that from. Your character recently learned to create fuel. This spell allows him to turn any liquids and solids into a fuel that he understands. So far, hello, Prosciutto Fist. How are you doing? So far, we've been using it to make ethanol and get absolutely hammered while you wait out typhoon season. But you recently realized that you can use this as a tool as well. Kill people. You plan on theory crafting your version that changes solids into solid fuel without changing the mass of the object, effectively making things like a wood table into a possible radiation hazard that is going to absolutely kill the first person to touch it as it turns to radioactive dust. Just a theory, because you need to get more used to altering spells for the game. I'm doing all right. It's going to be a long weekend for us. It's Remembrance Day. I believe it's not Memorial Day. It's God, you guys had a name for it, and I forgot. Anyways, it's from the time when you used to be like a really good country. Veterans Day, that's it. You're not allowed to celebrate that for the next 4 years. Sorry. I realize that that's already a sore spot for a lot of people. But yeah, for me anyways, in the position, there's a lot. I've realizing that there's actually quite a few people who I've gotten to know at work, and it turns out almost all of them are ex-military. So definitely a big deal. I am wearing my poppy, and I do intend to go. This may actually be the first Remembrance Day ceremony that I go to where it's like not super cold. But anyways, yeah, so I am somewhat looking forward to it. Got a little bit of news in terms of the broader not organization that I work for, but like one step above. It does seem like they are talking about making some cuts. I don't know if that will affect me or not, but it's sort of usually signs like that mean something of a turbulent work environment for the next little while. But we will, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I mean, it's not something I have a whole lot of control over. I really like the work that I'm doing. And I want to get better at it. I am going to do everything that I can to do well, and that seems as close as I can get to keeping myself safe in such an environment. But again, it's never something that I've really had to go through. The worst that I've had to do is a big hiring freeze while I while I was working at a place. So anyways, I will take a quick minute here to shout out Prosciutto Fist. I actually must confess I don't know what Prosciutto Fist has been playing lately, because our stream schedules have kind of wound up overlapping, and I wish she was playing a Plague Tale Requiem. I normally prefer talking about things that I like. I did not like the first Plague Tale at all. I'm not a fan, but I hope you enjoyed the second one. But I will mention that she's actually been doing a bunch of history streams, I believe, every Wednesday, and has been sticking with it. I'm actually really interested now that the Halloween season is gone. I'm kind of curious what's on deck. I have been promising, if she is willing to put up with a co-caster, to put some time into researching and sharing about John Law. So I deeply hope that she does something on the Mississippi bubble and feels that it is better done as a two-person podcast or broadcast than a single-person one. But this is really just me trying to invite her on her broadcast, which is much more popular and has a better host. So. But yes, I will actually mention that I did find Prosciutto Fist through Book of Hours, and she originally played it because it seemed like Strange Horticulture. Now, this is a very different game from Strange Horticulture, so I know that pros sort of played Book of Hours in a couple of spurts and then always wants to start over because it feels very confusing. So I cannot guarantee that it's going to be something that she's always playing, but I imagine that she will be a lot better served by people who are not me inside of the channel, encouraging her. So whether or not you want to watch her play Shooting Zombies or The History or her eventual return to Book of Hours, all of these are wonderful reasons to follow her channel. She's somebody who is interested in making Twitch a career, which first of all requires tremendously more courage than I'm ever going to have. But on top of that is somebody I want to support for that reason, because I mean, for me, it's a hobby and I always appreciate the subs. I appreciate the support that everybody gives me, but I think it's equally important to try and help people establish their, their broadcasting careers if they want to do that for a living. And the way to do that is to just make people aware of something that they may be enjoying and want to support themselves. So anyways, I don't know if you have any big plans for the Weekend Pro, but I will do my best if you broadcast to try and show up and maybe be pleasant. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. All right, I'm going to take a minute. Actually, now would not be a bad time. So if anybody wants to do FAQ time or questions about Book of Hours, the setting, the lore, anything along those lines, we are going to have a little bit of a break while I reshelve the library. And to me, this is fun. But to other people, this may not be fun. And to those people who don't find that fun, I do apologize. And I want to try and find a way of making this engaging for everyone. So, AMA, AMA, TSH, ask me about the secret histories. Whatever you want, now is a good time. Or, if you have a Twitch channel, a podcast, a video game you're making, now's a good time to shill. Let's think about... Okay, so I have a whole lot of satisfaction. Let's start with that. So this is a to-read pile, and for now I'm just going to sneak this over to this side. Intuitions, hindsight. So I want to try, I'll try and make a 2-shelf satisfaction pile. There we go. Come on. Thought I had more, but okay, I can work with this. Oh, that is such a shame. Oh no, hang on. There's definitely more than one book on this. So. Alright, so this makes me wonder if maybe we do an alternative shelf for... Let's do Confounding Parables here. Ooh, that fits quite well. Okay. This isn't the original collection that I had, but they sometimes get shuffled around when we do the when we do new save anyway. You believe I'm streaming tonight and tomorrow, but you have no idea what yet except history voting. Also, if that is not what you said, I'm sorry. I'm drying your hair and it is loud. Nope, I'm definitely interested in what you're broadcasting, so thank you for sharing. If you're looking for history, why not stream Civilization? Oh, are you kidding me? There's... Okay, here's how I'm going to handle that. This will become Savage Hymns. This will become Satisfaction. And I'll have to decide where the Cheerful Ditty goes after. Okay. Next up. I definitely need more than one shelf for Foresight. So the thing that's tricky about these ones is that it looks like... Oh, hang on. Yeah, so there were some questions about these ones. So I think these may actually be... Actually, you know what? This is going to be one where I consult my spreadsheet. So just give me a second here. I always need to search for this one. Oh no, hang on. This one's on my tablet. Never mind. So if I recall correctly, Key of Night, I thought actually gave Fear, but I could be wrong on that. Yeah. So I'm actually willing to guess here. So Key of Night, Sun's Lament, Tantra of Worms, and True History of Valentine de Wolf. How much do you want to bet that all of those are Fear books and that I just wound up dividing this? Because these are definitely Fear ones. So Key of Night for sure is Fear. Sun's Lament. Yes, that is. Tantra of Worms, I'd be shocked if it wasn't. Oh, and you know what? Oh no, okay, so this all fits. Okay, well that's easy enough. Now it might be that I wanted to try and... Oh yeah. No, now I know what I was trying to do. Okay, so this will be easy to do. So we'll take our two intuitions piles. I'm just going to put them on two separate collections. Okay, so that's Fear. Hindsight, Fear, Impulses. Okay, well, if it's just one extra book, that doesn't work for me. Storms, pattern. We've got patterns on two shelves. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking for this one. If we've got Foresight, Hindsight, Impulses. Yeah, I'm really starting to feel the pinch on these. So I'm not going to be able to put all the patterns in one spot like this. Oh, here's what I can do. This is going to be satisfaction. Yes, bro, this is exactly how we're spending our stream tonight, reshelving the library. It's important. Everything in the setting makes sense if you properly shelve your library. Alright, that'll have to do. Okay, I'm hoping... Seven Faces of Icarus is a fear one because it talks about Red William, I believe. Yes. Treaties on the Underplaces is satisfaction? That's fear. As is Black Nephra. Oh, damn it. I've mixed these up. History to Eternity is... I feel like that one... I mean, maybe it's an intuition? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, so... I really bungled this. Okay, so this is the satisfaction accounted for. History to Eternity is an intuitions book. Now, I feel like I just misplaced a whole bunch of intuition. I got a bunch of fear books. I had a bunch of... Oh, right, okay. I'm going to have the same problem again. Okay, from history to... Oh, no, okay, so that gave us... Cool, okay. Although Skin of Silver, Medusa's... okay, no, hang on. Okay, so yes, these are fears. I'm getting ahead of myself, so let me just put these... Okay. But I feel like, again, I feel like I've just cast all the intuitions all over the place on the library, so I'm going to need a minute to just regroup. Okay, hindsight, one intuition here. Unless we just don't have that much intuition, but that feels weird. If it's just 5 books, I don't know what I was so worried about. So I guess the real answer here should be... what's my argument for it being more? So these are candidates for the for intuitions. These are impulses. Nothing obviously wrong in here. Okay, hindsight, we may try to reshelve those. A bunch of patterns which we may not be able to put onto their own big shelf. Gonna move the Temptations of Architecture to free up another shelf. So none of these strike me as intuitions. I'll accept those as confounding parables. Okay, yeah. I think I'm getting worried about nothing. So, I want to see if I can somehow combine all the contradictions. So if I move these all here... Okay, so that's not going to work, but what I might be able to do is say... move these. Not my favorite move, but okay, so this is now salt. So ideally I'm going to find a new place for the hindsight stuff. Again, one book feels like a waste. Although, here's an option. Okay, so these are storms. So if I were to... Okay, so here's an idea. Let's take these patterns and move them up. Okay, so that should all be hindsight. Oh no, that's actually, that should be right. Okay, so now I've got my patterns shelf, I've got hindsight taken care of, and on top of that, I wonder if we can get the intuitions here. I think we're just short. Oh, no. All right, lovely. Now this is the Severn Chambers. Let's see if we can go... got into... sorry, patterns. Okay, never mind. This doesn't work anyway. Okay, so we're making some progress here. Exercises in the continuity of self should also be a hindsight. So in terms of all the mixing and all of that, that's more or less taken care of. We've got a big wide open shelf here. So that would actually possibly be a good place to put the confounding parables or the revelations. Or actually this can become a contradictions shelf if it's becoming that crowded. Yeah, actually I think we just solved a tricky problem For now. I mean, when we get another one of our like important books, this is gonna be a big pain to undo, but for now, so there's the contradictions shelf. So you can empty that. You can empty that. And I mean, for what we've got, let's say the storms get to go here because there's 3 of them. And then the Solace gets to go here because there's 3 of them. So this will be for secret thresholds. And this will be for cheerful ditties. Okay, so there you go. That was worth it. The remaining question is what do I do with this overflow here? But honestly, I think what I'll want to do is this is my difficult to read pile. Actually, come to think of it, didn't I just get ROJ? I spent a bunch of money getting a big expensive book that was hard to read. So let me just find where I put that. If it's on the bridge, I'm going to freak. Pretty sure I put it on a table somewhere, probably in the Kukerbit. Anyways, let's load up. Did I really put 2 Blue Crown in my inventory? So just calmly go room by room, make sure I'm not missing anything obvious. Ah, here it is. Okay, Road to Janus. So this was an 18 knock, so we'll move this over here. Basically shuffle all of these 1 over to the side. I haven't had a single AMA yet. This is your last chance. If you've got any lore questions, if you have any deeply personal questions, the window's closing. All right, there we go. This is what happiness looks like. All right, so we are good to go. We're going to get some replacement memories in a little bit. In 30 seconds, we will level up. And I think I've gotten rid of all of the misshelves that I had before. So I'm probably going to have to make sure that all of this stuff gets properly reshelved again, but I'll leave that as a separate task. And sorry, one last second. I did just lose my screen. So at some point I'm going to brew this last packet of tea. But all right, better now. I think I'm at a point here I'm going to start making some money back. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. The Snare of the Tree, collected proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. Oh, so that screws up my confounding parables shelf. I think I'm going to try switching the contradictions for the confounding parables. Every timber has its knots, the straight and the crooked both. Every weave is more absence than thread. You can't keep nowhere out any more than you can keep somewhere in. When the cuckoo learns the nightingale's song, our sleep is sweeter than honey. Okay, so just to save myself a bit of time, I'm going to stick as many confounding parables as I'm comfortable doing. Okay, so now we can move the contradictions down. Okay, now let's make sure that we preserve the grouping. This probably makes more sense than the other setup anyway, because I think it's more likely I'm going to get a confounding parable book than another contradiction book. Shelving complete. Until the next problem comes up. Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Huashan near the Grove of Green Immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relations with the grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The Singlefoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The Singlefoots sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become Singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. And here we have the Geminiad Volume 3, a fragile manuscript illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language, Fusine, is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. These pages outline the nature and the doctrines of an hour that demands the union of what has been separated, an hour that is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon, the witch and sister. The language is elusive, enigmatic, intricate. It will take some untangling. The 3rd volume of the Geminiad reminds us that the witch and sister has been known to manifest as the sister and witch, and that this face may heal, while the other face is always hungry. It implies connections between the witch and sister and the hours of the wood, especially the secret keeper called the Velvet, but it is ambiguous on whether the witch and sister is a wood hour proper, and it speaks at length of the sadness of the two who are one, the sadness that remains from their time as flesh. Okay. This is the one that's always hungry. And this got me a Beguiling Melody. That should just automatically go back to this shelf. Alright, so naturally the question is, what can I do with this? The Beguiling Melody here was a little bit of an unexpected boost. Now, for some reason, I did say that the scale was somehow going to be used with maybe pentaments and precursors? I think I changed my mind on that, though. We could use leaves and thorns, but then that invites the question as to why I've got the scale. I think this is just a mistake. So let's focus on the actual objective here, which is preliminal meter. So for preliminal meter, we need knock and rows. So knock and rows here. And we'll need 2 of these, so... suppose the pattern will have to do. Then we'll take another glass blowing and vessel crafting. We would need 3 to move that up. So we've got 1 from Confounding Parable. I don't think the Impulse, Solace, Foresight. So I suppose if it comes down to it, I could use the Impulse, the Beguiling Melody, Well, I could use the Beguiling Melody and the Savage Hymn to level up Pentiments and Precursors, but the question is, do I want to do that, or do I want to swing for this the Leaves and Thorns? I guess there isn't really a major reason for me to push for either one right now. But knowing what I know about Preliminal Meter, the question now is, do I have any more sources of Knock and Rose? So in 30 seconds, I'll need another Pattern and Secret Threshold. That's easy enough for me to obtain. It's also worth remembering that I'm going to need either Rose or Knock to level this stuff up, and I've used up all my Shapt, so let's just set aside the Fet for now. So with that in mind, let's go to Ambrose's desk, and we will read the Temptations of Architecture again. I'll maybe skip the text of the book this time around, and then we'll read another pattern, which of course we've changed the whole setup for, but we'll still be able to manage it. So I put patterns up here. I think we were on to Cartier's Delights. It's tempting to read On the Widening Stair. You know, I think I am going to read this again just because it works really well with the Temptations of Architecture. It's going to read those two in combination. And just another quick audit here. So Confounding Parables, we've already got one. Impulses doesn't help us here. Patterns we're getting. Intuitions we might get from Mr. Kill. Hindsight doesn't help us in this case. Satisfaction doesn't help us in this case. Regrets won't help us in this case. Salt will, so that's one I should read. I feel like I'm missing... one salt text. Foresight is something that we might get from Mr. Kill. We got rid of these extras. Also, it's something that doesn't help us right now. Gossip does give us a rose, but we may get that from Mr. Kill. You are cutting your bangs again. Did you know, Pro, that there is a barber's chair in the game? No one emerges unchanged from a barber's chair. Perhaps they'll be just a little bit more beautiful. And on top of that, in summer, with a shilling, you can hire a barber at the Sweet Bones. And, not to be outdone, there are in fact the shears of the Sisterhood, black iron shears marked with the Sisterhood's triple knot. Cutting locks of hair is commonly associated with moth, and in fact, if one cuts a lock of one's hair before sleep, that is the first path into the Mansus. You'll know that when you play Cultist Simulator. Okay, but reading assault text, that works. Gossip, I'm going to save for Mr. Kill. Storms and Solace don't help. Fears don't help. Secret Thresholds we're already reading. Earth Signs we have. Cheerful Ditties doesn't help. Savage Hymns we have. Doesn't help. Revelations doesn't help. Contradictions doesn't help. Stolen Secrets does help, but we can get from Mr. Kill. And Beguiling Melodies we have and doesn't help. So... So you're saying you cut your bangs in the dream, and that's how you got back to the waking world? You're saying that the dream that Kree had resonates with you? That makes sense. Sorry, I'm just taking a minute here to see if I had anything else that I was leaving on the table. I think we're good to unpause finally. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, who'd listen? They do resonate with Moth. Which is, I'm actually intrigued by how many Moth fans there are in the Secret Histories community. It's not a bad choice. It's just, it's not Lantern. It's not the Watchman. It's not the Colonel. It's not... I mean, there's so many So many other things. Oh, yes. Okay, so this is why I was missing assault text. Oh, hang on. Okay, I think I made a boo-boo. The Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabus claimed to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess, one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth, and met in secret to seek union. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansus through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with the condemnation of the Grail. Okay, so now I've got more than 1 salt on the way, which will be a small problem. And we've got the old wound. So I think the answer here is going to be to sacrifice the skill is now level 8. Its power aspects have also increased. Okay, so let's... Yikes. So level up preliminal meter using glass blowing and vessel crafting. Secret threshold pattern. And I need to find... I'll use the occult scrap to get the last of these. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. A moth moon girl. I'm trying to think what hour would that be closest to? Maybe we can get an idea from looking at... So, I mean, one option would be to just take a look at all the different images here, but I don't think there's any moth and moon. I guess the closest here would be the velvet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. I don't think this will tell us too much. Yeah, I don't know if the malachite would be a moon power. You use the wiki? Actually, I don't know if you've seen the nice stained glass versions of the different hours, but I did order the Lucid Tarot, the stained glass versions of the tarot deck. Looks super nice. Them men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So I got to be careful on the timings here, but I think we'll be good, and we won't wind up sacrificing any memories unnecessarily. Oh, we're getting close though. Okay, the skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. Well, see, then that big long lore message I sent shouldn't have hurt. Because it's all perfect. It all makes perfect sense, right? Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Improve the skill to level 4. Okay, so I'm kind of already on the way to the next level. We don't have a whole lot of space for this, but if we're getting a a pattern from On the Winding Stair, and then we're getting a secret threshold from Temptations of Architecture, and then we're getting Assault from the Queen's Turn. And there's really only one more. At this point, I just kind of need to pick a text to read, and then we can move on with it. So I think in this case, I'm going to go for the Stolen Secret. And that's mostly just because it's less likely that we're going to run into a case. I mean, again, I'm sure with my luck that Mr. Kill's gonna give me that right away. I could also use the Inescapable Confinement, but we'll settle for the account of Kanishka the Spider's Door. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay. And now I'll leave aside a fet for that last level up that I want to do. but I've got a Tryst, and I've got Health, and I've got Core. We've got a whole bunch of stuff that we can apply to other tasks. So we'll visit Crowcross Sands. I think I'm going to go to the moor with my Health here. So we can apply that to pentiments and precursors. The wind's almost warm. I don't really feel like I need to draw up another pitcher of water right now. I probably should be using this for other things. So we'll go to the garden again. I think I'll get some grapes as well. Yeah, you know what? All vegetables this time. And I will need to find something to do with the remaining Tryst, because we're obviously not going to be able to do anything with it here. I suppose I'm going to want a replacement... Yeah, okay, no, this makes sense. So for this Tryst, I'll use that to read the yellowing newspaper. We'll maybe use this whisk to make some more money. And then we will call it for the day, and then worry about... I think my main focus is still going to be on preliminal meter, but we'll maybe see if we can push up the leaves and thorns as well. No one emerges unchanged from the barber's chair. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. All right. On the Winding Stair, Gregory Wheellock, the master mason and architect employed by Walter de Wolf to construct the Winding Stair and the guest chambers in Hush House, describes a more ambitious and dangerous project. Gregory marks the bricks of his roost-touched family home, Treowen, with Ramsund, hoping to open forbidden doors. Gregory evidently succeeds in opening a way to something he calls the Moon Hall, but here his account becomes erratic. He insists that in the Moon Hall, the horned axe is still an edge power. He hopes for an eternal rival, but cannot find one he needs. The narrative is increasingly interspersed with chess notations and ends abruptly. So there's a pattern that we needed. The Temptations of Architecture. The antiquarian and nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with particular reference to a house in the Bounds named Treowen. No doubt they have come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair, even now in Treowen. A silver sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the Wheellocks, the charge holders of Treowen, have had recourse to dramatic measures to prevent oniric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. Secret threshold. It is not easy to draw our own doors, but it's not impossible. And the Queen's Turn, a 16th century translation of the Barrowchild's account of Lagia's turn, when Lagia, the queen unsated, was offered the opportunity to enter the service of the Hours of the Triple Knot as long as she repudiated her brother-lover Antaios. Lagia accepts, setting aside the arts of the Low Red Sun associated with Antaios. She bargains, however, for freedom for her daughters. The Hours of the Triple Knot accept casually, knowing that Lagia has devoured her daughters, but wily Lagia has decided in the secret hollow of her heart that she will adopt any who ask, if they can prove their fierceness. The traditions described here, the ones generally described as hill and hollow, are associated with Lagia before her turn, but now that she is a name of the Red Grail, they might also be safely used before an altar of the Triple Knot. Sea Spray, Depth Sorrow. What's hill and hollow? Right here. Scale and moon, the ways of the hill children and the gods from stone, old paths, old secrets, the songs that echo beneath the earth. Every time I say Barrowchild, you think of Bonnie and Clyde. I'm curious why. Is it just my pronunciation, or? Because if you want more opportunities to think about the Barrowchild, the Barrowchild's elegies. The Barrowchild, a Gaulish adept who won a place in the ranks of the Ordo Lamea, enumerates the great shadows laid to rest in tombs of power and discusses their various conditions. Oh. See, that should be your history stream. Oh, gossip. Okay. I think that actually gives me enough for the preliminary meter then. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, who'd listen? Oh, Barrow. Okay, never mind. But I suppose they would be a Barrowchild. Obviously, though, you need to do 3 history streams a day, and they all need to be about the Roman Empire. Otherwise, my man credentials will be revoked. The skill is now level 4. Its power aspects have also increased. Okay, so because I have... I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter the order in which I do this, but I am going to do the preliminary meter first. So satisfying to have come so far. Improve the skill to level 5. We made pretty good progress with this today. But I can't read history on my own. I need streamers to explain the Roman Empire to me. I thought that was a secret, stolen secret for a moment. I was going to laugh. By the way, I remember, I think Hannah asked her Monsieur how often he thought about the Roman Empire. But I don't know if you got your answer. I can't remember if you texted during that stream or not. It was very funny, though, to have the sudden flurry of texts and the highly suspicious responses. Why are you asking? All right, I'm going to take a second here and move. I feel like I've really messed up the order here. Because you can see a couple of 2s up in this spot, but... Oh yeah, this is a disaster. Let me just take a minute and see where these are all gonna... live. Alright, so... For my plan in the tree... Good God. So, Inks of Containment would go... If it winds up in Illumination, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, Hushery gets Inks of Revelation. Inks of Containment is already committed. Okay, well that should be down with the other 3s then. So what's Pearl and Tide up to? Pearl and Tide will become... Bosk or Nyctodromi? Well, we've already used up Nyctodromi, so Bosk. Hang on, really? I don't have a home for Pearl and Tide? How in the world did I forget about an element of the soul? Huh. Well, I mean, I can still commit it in here. That's not a problem. But okay, fair enough. Pearl and Tide is currently languishing as a 2, so I'll actually put that down there. So Furs and Feathers, what's your story? That will eventually become a 9 for Bosk. Cool. I'm going to put you down here. You know what? I'm not even going to... I'm going to wait it out. We're going to put things where they need to be right now. Otherwise, if I organize this by where they're eventually going to be, I'm not going to be able to find any of my skills. So, the account of Kanishk at the Spider's Door. Lot Kahuli, Kanishk's victim and lover, wrote this account, perhaps posthumously. Kanishk sought to become a name. In pursuit of that end, he made Lot Kahuli the vessel of his appetites, promising Locke that they would ascend together. At the Spider's Door, he betrayed his lover. The Chiliarch listened to it happen and then forced Kanishk into his service. The Chiliarch cannot be denied. Lot Kahuli remained to write this work and to describe the outer magics of struggle and contest. So we're probably not going to make any use of this, but it just makes me feel good to have a stolen secret, something I overheard in dreams. Okay, and we will, before the end of the night, we will get the scrap of history. And I think that's it. There's also no point in continuing to talk to Mr. Kill because we have all the memories that we're going to make use of. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers to the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So there's a couple things that we still need to do before the end of the season. One of them would be to... hindsight. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? So one of the things that we need to do is... first of all, we'll clear out the preliminal meter and desires and dissolutions, but that's, that's its own thing. I want to try and get whatever parts of the salon that I can make built. However, we need to wait for the shipments for that. Ooh, we got a abandoned luggage. We got abandoned luggage. Let's put that... I used to be able to put that on the shelf in the room with the pale desk. It would be wrong to use the chancel for that. Okay, onto the bridge with you. Mackerel. Sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. Carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions. All the unsung heroes of the stew pot. Pluck the grapes from the vine. I think we have space for, replacement here. So the grapes, my expectation here will be this is how we feed the chickens. Alright, have a good stream, Pro. I'm sure I'll see you later. Yellowing newspaper. It's dated the year that Hush House was abandoned. Nothing is history when first it happens. Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at. I have quite a few sort of wasted memories, but that's, I suppose, to be expected because we did just sort of mainline Mr. Kill for the better part of the day. Technically, we only have 2 skills that I need to... technically I only have 2 lessons for things that I need to level up, but... let me get a better idea. Okay, so first of all, I can put Pearl and Tide back up. Alright. So, these are all 2s. So I've got a cheeky 3 and a 4 in places they shouldn't be, so... We'll start by moving all these up. Okay, 2 and 2. Alright, so this is a 4. This is a 5, but we are putting the work in, so eventually preliminal meter should be an 8. Okay, so with that in mind, I am actually willing to... Oh, we still have more of these. Okay, so you're a 4. You're a 5. You're a 4. 5. Six. There we go. So I need 3 more memories. We've got 1. So the plan here will be we read the radical measure glossed, which is a 12 rows memory. Now, if I compare this to, text, we have the same rows with our existing preliminal meter here. So there's a slight drawback in terms of how this is going to work, which is 1 extra point doesn't quite give me what I need. But I think we're going to be able to pull together enough to be able to get this to where it needs to be. So yeah, we'll continue reading the radical measure. I'll also make an effort to try and level up leaves and thorns. And we'll still do the usual, we'll talk with Mr. Kill. We'll get all that other fun stuff taken care of. But if I can get the last 2 preliminal meter early in the day, I'd feel better about that, because that is going to take quite a bit of effort to get everything lined up. And in fact, I'm going to prepare for the day by pouring a couple glasses of water. Pour out. Poured out. So we can use a core to draw up some more water at the start of the day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to earn some money right at the start, but as the day goes by, I'm going to use that early money to buy back elements of the soul as the day progresses. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. The Sweet Bones has been the public house in Brandkrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters, or add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. Alright, so right off the bat, there's 2 things that I want to work out. So I do want to take the desires and dissolutions, and for better or worse, I am going to employ this towards leaves and thorns. So this will require 6 Grail or Nectar, and I'm actually going to take the time to write this out. So Grail, Nectar. So our options for Grail and Nectar. We have so intuitions. Satisfaction. Gossip. Earth signs. Beguiling melodies. One, two, three, four, five. So in that case, I'll say taste is the last one. So, and I'll use an Arab for that. So this is kind of like, I think this is worth reflecting on, just because this is actually going to be one of the more difficult ones for me to achieve. So I'm going to start off with that. So first things first, let's drink the water. Drink the stuff. I'm going to add this to my inventory. And then for good measure, we'll draw up the water right now. Lower the bucket creaking into the dark. And I think just to save myself a whole lot of trouble, I'm going to just go ahead and I'm going to get all of the nectar and grail stuff regardless of whether or not I think Mr. Kill is going to get it for me. Oh, hang on. Did I say intuition? Why on earth would I think intuition would help? Okay, let me just double check that I've got this right. So Grail and Nectar. Oh, it's Impulse. That's why I messed it up. Okay, so I think we read Damascene Traditions of the House of Leith. So on to the Beekeeper's Ends. Okay, so that's the Impulse. Satisfaction. I don't remember which Satisfaction text we were going to read, but let me see if I can remember. It's going all right, Wanderer Down. How are you tonight? Oh yes, we did Gemini had 2, so now we're on to 2 Wombs, 1 Heart. Which I thought was going to be Fusine, but it's actually Kilisimi. Okay, so that's Satisfaction accounted for. Gossip. We did Karisham Portalon last. So on to Humors of a Gentleman. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. The Earth Sign we already have. The Beguiling Melody, I guess my choices are, do I want to read one of these existing books, or do I want to read, or do I want to use the phonograph? I think I'm actually going to use the phonograph, because I'm going to need the desks for other things. And we're already getting the taste. So, out of all of that, we're on our way to getting the Desires and Disillusions. Up next, Preliminal Meter. So we've got 5. So we'll do the exact same exercise. In this case, I'll take the Tryst. Actually, I could use the Shaft in this case. So, does Confounding Parables help me? Knock and Rose. Yes, it does. Guess we're back to the other line. Now for this one, I think I'm just going to start with the ones that Mr. Kill can't override. And we'll consider in the next step. If I've got leftovers, I'll consider adding more. But as it is right now, we're in pretty good shape. So I think we're on to Cardia's Delights now. So that's for the pattern. Intuitions we can get from Mr. Kill. Hindsight doesn't help. Satisfaction we're already getting and doesn't help. Regrets don't help. Salt helps though. So I guess we're on to Deaths of the Moon. Oh, but that's in Kilisimi. Okay, Larkabine Codex. So that's the salt accounted for. I've got 2 more desks. So Foresight, something that we can get from Mr. Kill. Gossip, something we can get from Mr. Kill. Yeah, so I mean, I suppose the question really comes down to how quickly do I want to try and realize some of this stuff. You know, maybe I'm just wasting my chance to use Mr. Kill, but I think for sanity's sake... Wait, I'm already getting a Gossip, so that would be silly if I was going to do that. But maybe I will take the Intuition after all. So we were on to... Oh yeah, I've completely switched the... Do I really have that few Intuitions? I guess so. Okay, so let's just start this from the beginning again. Or no, we did Concursum Diaries, so yeah, we can move on to Collected Hush House Lectures. That's not that big of a deal. Okay, so we'll see how this goes. The funny thing is, actually, the Preliminal Meter should be the higher priority to level up rather than the other. Yeah, okay, I may change the order in which I do this. Oh, very nice. What game were you playing? I've carried a memory like a flambeau safe through the mazes of night. This will complete once dawn has come. A tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So we'll take our time to... Oh, actually, one thing I'm going to do is drink some water to get my whist back. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Pathfinder 2nd Edition game, Theater of the Mind. I'm not familiar at all with Pathfinder except through the video games, but I know it's a very, very popular system. The water of the Isle has a very faint, very distinctive taste, sometimes described as apple shroomy. Okay, so I don't think there's... Excuse me. I don't think there's anything I can do to get my... to use the consider verb right now. I'm just maybe going to double check that. We've already got the occult scrap. I don't have enough to level up a skill. So yeah, I'm going to say we will just wait it out. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, who'd listen? Fair. Okay. The Beekeeper's Ends, dialogues with bees and uses for honey as erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. Milagro spends an entire chapter on his hatred of wasps, which he describes as the vile pretenders. Milagro claims that bees retain many traditions passed down from earlier and greater branches of their species, but that they are fiercely jealous of the traditions being passed to lesser insects, and insist above all on an oath of secrecy. Tragically, therefore, he is unable to describe these more substantial and powerful traditions. Impulse. It doesn't exactly make sense, but I understand it anyway. Two Wombs, One Heart, a fanciful account by Thirza Blake of the early life of the twins, their time as mortals before they became hours or even long in a dry kingdom beyond the Western Sea, which Thirza suggests might have been ancient Mexico. It is widely known that the sister was rich and the witch poor. It is widely known that the witch loved the sister first. It is not widely known that the witch was first employed to teach the sister the arts of embroidery. Although Thirza is very probably just making up much of the story, there are long passages expounding notable techniques of weave work and thread fight. In particular, when the witch and sister flee across the sea together, Thirza explains how they fashioned a peace weave with Heart and these arts, and then, to tame the winds, called on Heart again to swaddle the thunder in the peace weave. The Other Line, one of Samuel Savage's more thoughtful works, an allegorical play about the city clarity, a city that is also a book, and the sentences which inhabit it. The Lord's Proverbial and the Lord's Disquisitional war in the streets of Clarity, while the punctuants get drunk on ink and supply the jokes, though by Savage's usual standards there aren't very many jokes. The final act sees the Lord's Proverbial unsealing the city Clarity's gate to expel the population into the unknown. The formula that they use for the unsealing is a real one. It can be used with knock and preliminal meter to create a gate sign of power. The Lake Fusino recordings of the folk dances of the Fusine marshes. The wailing of flutes, the roaring of drums, cries like birds lost in the marshes. There are the songs the sister sang to the witch, that the Thunderskin roared to the sky, the songs with which the Dwendrazons of the Mansis keep their vigil. Once heard, they are not forgotten. Sweet enchantment of a song. Cardia's Delights, the third volume of Abbot Geoffrey's hypothetical theological dialogues in the Socratic mode. If Janus were an hour, Cardia might be counted among his names, but the world has never turned in such a manner, and so she is not. Geoffrey discusses the living signs, signs which make their shape, and whose inflexibility is part of what makes it identifiable. He gives as one example the paradox of the hinge, and draws comparisons with the names called twins, who would be considered hours beyond the church. He hints at the amethyst vessel, which can be sanctified by the great signs in the presence of Knock. The Larkabine Codex. Christopher Larkabus claims to have purchased 2 handwritten copies of the Codex from a family of witches on the shores of the Sea of Marmara. A third was given to the sea. The sister and witch came from the west, where they were born in 2 wombs, one a princess and one a monster. Nevertheless, they loved each other from birth and met in secret to seek union. When the great drought came, the kings of that land tried to sacrifice the princess and the witch, so they sailed across the sea. When despair took them, they flung themselves into the drowning waters, and so found the Painted River, where they entered the Mansus through the offices of the Red Grail. Nevertheless, the Codex ends with a condemnation of the Grail. Obviously, we read that one recently, but we had limited options. The Humours of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. By the end of the first act, Mavelyn has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. So I'm not sure which of these two I'm going to put it at. I'm actually going to move it over here just to make sure I have everything that I need for preliminal meter. The Collected Hush House Lectures. In the 1800s, Dr. Aaron Peel was invited to give a series of lectures to the Curia. They combine his pithy view of the histories with his particular brand of unhelpfully ironical insight. 1776, the Third History. Louis declares the Mask of Masks and forbids mention of the Great Writhing within the walls of the Palace of Versailles, although by this point the worms are observed to move openly along the boulevards of Paris, sometimes even in daylight. The army is redeployed to defend the court. The mask lasts 1 lunar month and attracts several of the long abroad in Western Europe at the time, fleeing the worms, or hoping to take advantage of the desperate Louis, or seeking access to the sealed mirrors of the palace, or just eager to attend the most inventive and desperate debauch of the century. Many espouse wormish sympathies. Let 100 histories flourish. Tear down the tyranny of eternity. To grow long is usually to cast off these sympathies. There would be no immortality without eternity, and eternity, we often seem to decide, is only tyranny as long as we are not eternal. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. And for this one, I think, we'll start restoring the list. It is summer. I am sitting on the bench outside the Sweet Bones, eating crumbly cheese and nettle wrappings and good black rye bread, soaking up the sun. So, before we go any further, let's level up preliminal meter, because that's going to be something I use to read another book later. So that means if I have to eat into something for Desires and Dissolutions, so be it. So we've got a Confounding Parable, a Pattern, Salt, Intuition. So I guess my options here are between the Gossip and the Occult Scrap. In this case, I'm going to go for the Occult Scrap because that's easy enough for me to get back. I also had the option of using the Inescapable Confinement, but the Occult Scrap is going to be the one that only takes 30 seconds to restore after we take care of Desires and Dissolutions, of course. At last, I am something of an authority in this. Improve the skill to level 6. Now, the other thing that I want to do is make sure that I am prepared to read the relevant books. So we're going to have 6 preliminal meter when the time comes. As a hypothetical, we would read this at the Vagabond desk. So we've got the Radical Measure, the glossed version. We could use a FET to read that. We could use the Lunar Globe to augment our available rows. So if I'm adding 6, if I'm adding 6 rows, so we have 8 of the required 12. That tells me I need to use the Horizon Sight, which is fine. Actually, if that's the case, Yeah, this is the funny thing. That 1 point's really not going to make that much of a difference. Oh no, actually, okay, the enduring reflection. You know, it's really not that hard for me to get a horizon sight, though. Okay, it's a slightly different plan than what I had, but honestly, let's go for it. Rose, Journey's End. I can master this mystery. Enough Rose to match Mystery Rose. So I'll have to add a conversation with the Stimfling for my to-do list, but that's not too difficult. Oh, I should be taking the time to get more memories, though. So, let's take our whist. And it's the same story, right? All Knock and Rose. So definitely a confounding parable. This time I might be a little more reluctant to hop on things that Mr. Kill might give me, though. We're on to the Twin Serpent Tantra. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. We can use the... cautiously using a Fett here. We'll skip over the intuition for now. We can say that one's at the... I guess it doesn't really matter, but... Okay, Foresight, Gossip is something Mr. Kill might give me. Storm, Solace, Fears, Secret Threshold. We should read that. We are ready to read Earth Signs. And then Revelations and Contradictions don't give me what I need. Okay, so I'm going to settle for this so far, but I may actually wind up reading these books a little sooner than I think. I think what I'm actually going to do, because I'm going to be prepping for like the complete reading of the existing text, I think what I'll do is I'll actually recover the... Oh wait, no, because then I need to give up Mr. Kill. Yeah. I think I kind of know the timing that I'm going to use to overcome some of this. So the skill is now level 6. Its power aspects have also increased. So before we go any further, let's take the time to level up Leaves and Thorns. And in fact, I should just move this to a 7 position in prep. Now, Leaves and Thorns, if I recall correctly, is actually going all the way to the top. But we're not ready for that now, so let's just work with what we've got. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Little water splashes on the stones of the well to nourish the mosses there. I suppose at some point I also need to open the abandoned luggage. I deserved a little quiet time. Alright, so technically I could use the But I guess I drank the water already though, so I'll make do with what I've got here. We may also just be running out of time as a practical matter. Yeah, we got another full minute before we can use this. Okay, so I'll definitely read the paper. Better now. Again, if I need, I'm going to dip into this so that I can restore the elements of the soul that I need, but I may have hit a limit in terms of how many things I can do for today, so I want a clear idea that I actually need the additional elements of the soul. Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Another thing I should reflect on is that if I want to feed the Stimpfling again, I actually don't have that much to feed it. I've already given up all the Viper eggs. Mind you, I've got tons of fish, so yeah, we should probably just feed the Stimpfling some fish. So I guess the question here is, do I want to keep... I think I should still try take my chances with Mr. Kill. It has written, Musgrave, fourth of the DeWolf line, writes tentatively about the Covenant of Brankrug and the legacy of the sacred inks he calls Incasta Potentialia. As the light passeth through a prism into many colors, so the great ink separateth into the lesser inks, and the lesser inks into the inks minor. Musgrave coyly refuses to talk about the great inks, or else refuses to admit he doesn't know much about them. He insists that Ugol and Stargol, which can be mixed with sufficient nectar or sky aspect, are sufficient for most befitting purposes. Confounding Parable, the Moth, the Grail, and the Egg Unhatching all tell different stories of the world's beginning. One of those stories is the oldest, but it may not be the first. The Twin Serpent Tantra. Just before the outbreak of the Great War, Alexander Sparrow, almost certainly a pseudonym, published leaflets claiming the influence of snake princes on world affairs. The text, called the Twin Serpent Tantra, was his primary inspiration. The Tantra describes the Great Hooded Princes, a dynasty of unclear origin, engaging in prayers, sacrifices, and poetry in honor of the Key Serpent, the Crossroads Twins, and the Mirror Queen. Nagai encircles, Nagai arises from wounds, Nagai spares those who are already harmed. The Great Hooded Princes are described as having escaped from the history of their death to a history where they yet live. The text claims that there are now 108 of them, but in one of many instances of twinnedness, before they crossed from their death chronicle, there were only 54. Memory pattern. Something fits just right. The Deaths of the Moon, a historical tract on various forms of survival after death. When the heart no longer beats, the Grail may keep the spirit in the body, and an appetite is indicated to sustain. Alukites are the best known, but not the only of this nature. This is the waning moon mode. The full moon mode is the intensification of one element of the soul to a point where ordinary sustention is unstable. Our protector, the generous of hosts, began of this nature, and its generosity remains ungentle. It is possible for the body's health or the heart's core to outpace the other elements, so that a static mode becomes impossible, and growth proceeds in dramatic stages until balance remanifests. Salt, sea spray, depth sorrow. On we go. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul and eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions of the mysteries of the cults of Isis and of Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. At these greater feasts, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. And last but not least, the temptations of architecture. We've read this a few times, but I'll do it once more. The antiquarian and nictodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with particular reference to a house in the bounds named Treowyn. No doubt they have come to regret the ambitions of their winding stair even now in Treowyn. A silver sea is unwisely visible from a rash window. Westcott explains that the wheel-locks, the charge holders of Treowyn, have had recourse to dramatic measures to prevent oniric encroachment, removing the entire top floor of the building. Nevertheless, he writes, the business of the Moon Hall has begun to touch the other business of the house. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the 6 that I need for preliminary meter. The question is, do I want to wait for the old newspaper? Do I use the inescapable confinement? I think probably the newspaper makes the most sense in this case. Ooh, and gossip. So I'm going to wait. On the 30 seconds. Okay, close enough. So let's think about what happens here. In 30 seconds, I'm going to use, I think it makes most sense for me to use the memory gossip, stolen secret, and then unless we get something else from Mr. Kill. So again, we need 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, no, actually we have all of these. Okay, then I'm just going to replace all of them. So that means I can at least recover the ones that Mr. Kill won't replace. So Locksmith Stream, Volume 2. I forgot which one I was on to. Oh, here we go. The Time of Division. Ooh. Okay. Intuitions, I'm not quite ready to pick. Well, I mean, it'll be the last thing that I do for the day, so I think we can wait to talk to Mr. We can wait to talk to the Stimfling and Mr. Kill. C does not regret. We will read Mr. Thackeray's work. Foresight, Gossip, Storm Solace, Fears, Secret Thresholds. I guess I could use Tristan in this case. I think that's all of them. And of course, I have the outside option of the Enduring Reflection and Inescapable Confinement and the newspaper, the Occult Scrap. Secret histories are layered beneath the one we know, like notes in a rare wine. The librarian knows this well. I'm just trying to think if there's something I can do here. Really, it's conversation that's going to make this happen. So let's just wait for all of this to time out. The Radical Measure Glossed. The original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult properties written in the 19th century by Dr. R.N. Peale. The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Olopoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He has taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. So I'm just taking a quick breather here to queue up Mr. Kill again. The hours have little time for poetry, Dr. Peale avers, but they have a tremendous amount of time for poets. Olopoli has added a note suggesting that this should in fact be the most tremendous time with poets. As the rose opens, Dr. Peale explains, enduring memory opens to the horizon. This is a way of saying something that cannot otherwise be said, and is best only written with one's eyes firmly closed. Olopoli's gloss reads, Horizon Sight Synthesis Method, reverse procedure with knock to elaborate Gervinite in the chronsochord mode. So, it's a replacement pattern. A little bit of a shame there, but... Okay. And we add this to the pattern shelf. So, let's get going with the memories. Nope. I shouldn't be so ready to give these all up. We'll use the Shapt. When I thought I'd understood, I'd only begun. Improve the skill to level 7. Yeah, I probably didn't plan this out all that well, but what I think I'll do is I'll wait until we get to the afternoon. Actually, I might just do one more chat with Mr. Kill, because I also want to talk to the Stemfling. So yeah, one more chat with Mr. Kill. Whatever I don't get from him, we will recover from the books, and then we'll chat with the Stemfling to get a replacement Horizon Sight. And then we should still have a full day left to catch up on everything else. So it's a little bit of a flyer that we're actually going to get anything that we need, but I think it's worth a shot. Okay. The Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions, the second volume of Teresa Galmier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Galmier records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. The finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there is a secret that all of these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. The time of division in which Amira Zara prophesies the events later known as the Intercalate, when the hour called the Sun and Splendor will be divided. The sun will be divided that it might not sire children. Still, its children shall be 4 in number, and its children shall be 7 in number, and its children shall also be numberless. The numberless shall open the way for the 7, and the 7 shall consume the 4. Amira prophesies 4 great wars before the second dawn, when the sun and splendor shall rise again. She cautions, sunrise is blood, and I foretell now that the sun shall rise from blood, yet not the color of the blood, nor the hour of night. She includes a rite that she speculates will be necessary for the second dawn. The sea does not regret. Isan Fekri, one-time Secretary Salvant of the Curia of the Isle, responsible for the Curia's healing efforts, writes of his experiences in Brandkrug and hints at his travels elsewhere. The sea does not regret the tide, Fekri writes, for when the tide has passed, it leaves its traces on the sand, which traces are the sea's memory. Fekri is a keen fisherman and speaks glowingly of the fish suppers of Brandkrug. He also admits that his enthusiasm for the bounty of the sea has altered him, that before he came to Brandkrug he consumed only those things found in the earth. I was the greater thereby, but all of us give up what we were to become what we are. So that's 3 of the 7 I need, so we'll have 3 more because of Temptations of Architecture. We read this a few times today, so I'm going to skip over that one. So yeah, 3 more memories. I think I said this was going to be the last one that I did with Mr. Kill. This is just because I need to make sure I give myself enough time to both get the memory from the Stemfling, but also feed it again. Alright, so that's another foresight. Thank you for your help, Mr. Kill. I'm going to go talk to my pet. So we can afford to use one of the Fet here, so offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can use the metal. For some reason, I neglected the Moor, so let's take care of that now. I should have been more on top of that. Which one of you have Rose? Pearlintide sounds good. So I'm just reflecting on the fact that I only need 3. So we've got 2 from the metal. I'll use one of the fet to level up preliminal meter. So the metal and the tryst go, well, hang on a minute. So I guess the fet, tryst, and 1 metal will be used to... Yeah, okay, so, nope. I need to set all of these aside. Okay, so it's all vegetables, and then we're good to go. So let's lock in the last few details that I need to level this up. So again, we need 7 memories to get this up to level 8. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm actually going to do this the other way around. So in this case, Stolen Secrets helps us. Glimmering doesn't. That's Lantern and Winter. So Contradictions doesn't. Moon and Edge. Revelations is just Lantern only. Savage Hymns is Scale and Sky. Perugian Diaries is Heart and Sky. Fears are Edge and Scale. Temptations of Architecture, we've already got the Secret Threshold. The Earth Signs are Nectar and Scale. Solace is Heart and Sky, which is the same for Storms. Gossip has Rose, so that's one that we want. Foresight is Forge and Lantern. Salt is one that we already have in the inventory. Regrets are Forge and Winter. Satisfaction is Grail and Heart. Hindsight is Winter and Scale, and Intuitions is the third one, the last one that I need. So we don't have to dip into the Occult Scrap or anything like that. Lucky me. Okay, so we're now ready for vegetable time. Or I could, actually, you know what? I haven't gotten Sea Holly. So as nice as it is to collect a whole lot of vegetables for the winter, that is still a wise decision. I want to make sure that I'm not completely neglecting inputs for other things. In fact, we could also probably do with some more pears. I'll still get some vegetables. We are going to use those as well, but figure it doesn't hurt to have a surplus of a couple of other things. Alright, so that should cover us. And I think probably it would be unwise to try and read another tag. Like, unless it was going to be a low-level skill, I probably shouldn't be trying to read any more books. Well, okay. Depending on the number of memories I get, I probably shouldn't be trying to level stuff up tomorrow. But if I can get everything ready for the salon, that's assuming that we get the order in on time. I'd be making potatoes and pheasant, I believe. Yeah, because I need this guy. So that's 2 elements of the soul spoken for. Yeah, we definitely can afford to level something up if I'm so inclined, but let's make sure that we actually need to do that. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Horizon Sight. On a clear autumn day, the story goes, you can see Ys from the Watchman's Tower. I don't know whether that's true, but on a clear day in Numa, you would see the city unbuilt. Dr. Brian Levinson. All right. So we're going to give you my tryst. We're going to feed you... I'm going to use the pilchards in this case, just because I can make a little bit less with them. Satisfy this creature's appetite. All right, on Matthias and the Amethyst Imago, Loss, an account of an occult romance. A certain Para, son of Aaron, claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Damascene branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who rejected their past and future. The laws of the house forbade Matthias to love, the customs of the wood forbade the Imago to remain, so he conjured her a final time, when she had uncovered the shears of Alcapura, and she suffered him to cut the wings from her back, so that she might remain, and he suffered her to cut the parts which hold man's seed, to keep them from the detestable act. This was love in all its blood and joy. We have cast Matthias from the house. In the cradle of the roots, Matthias and the Imago left their names, and though their names were lost, they found their name-day riddles. This we recall in solution and separation, so that in the presence of the moth our memories may become our futures. Do this wisely, in memory of the name and the long who gave up their past, that they might be together forgotten. On Matthias and Amethyst Imago, Pursuit, an account of an occult romance. A certain Mech claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Theban branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who use the arts of water to conceal themselves. Matthias defied us to hunt the names of the moth in the wood to populate his pinned collection. The Amethyst Imago had dallied with the witch and sister, but she'd returned to the wood to plead the moth's pardon. The moth, as a whim or a penance, set her out to lure the Long to a slough of nightmares. Matthias loved the Imago. Did he? Can Long love, or is that organ of their soul desiccated beyond repair? The Imago loved Matthias. Did she, or did she only enact a whim? He pursued her through the wood, but at the last she turned aside from the nightmare slough, and they lay together where the bounds grow bright. So they learnt the Grail's pleasures, and this is the lore they won. From History to Eternity, a contraband manual of the inks of revelation, the author explains in a brief foreword that she is a high-ranking official of an agency of the duties, and that though she supports its mission, she has concerns about the long-term consequences of its work. All histories are braided into a golden loop, a shining ascent to eternity. I have never imagined I could be afraid that there might be too few truths. I could be wrong, but I'd like to leave at least one door ajar. Ichor Auroral can be brewed into an Incastum Terminale associated with the second history using Inks of Revelation techniques and Rose aspect. The author warns that this is exceptionally difficult since these techniques aren't aligned with Rose, but that's why I'm hoping the door will stay ajar, even once all the others are closed. I wish you luck. Okay, that should be enough to get us to the level 8 we needed for Preliminal Meter. So, Confounding Parable, Pattern, Salt, Secret Threshold, Stolen Secret, Gossip, Intuition, Lesson, our final element of the soul for tonight. At last I approach mastery. And now we just let the timer run. There's nothing else for us to do today. Which is good, because I'm already an hour over on the stream, and this is shameful. Like, I really do need to organize this at some point, but... So let's talk about sort of what the future plans are going to be. Depending on when the orders come in, I will make 2 items for the salon. I should also take a minute here to record where we are on my to-do list. Sorry, I also need to erase all the other work. Okay, so we only need 2 more for Leaves and Thorns, although those are going to be fairly high level, so with Leaves and Thorns... Alright, this is going to take a bit. Alright, well, let's get these updates out of the way. Preliminal Meter, 9 modes, 9 horizons, the subtle rhythms of words which open ways. Unexpected finds in the folds of earth and sky. Hawthorn Blank, a wood favored by the horned axe. Sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff, whispering sand, white silver sand in which the voice of the waves lingers. Gather the spiny fluorescences of the sea holly. Umbelled spiny flowers, the steel blue of a winter afternoon. Oh, Either I forgot that they had winter, or I ignored this fact. The history plant has risen. Gather its blooms. Agave aeterna, the history plant, unlike its cousin, the century plant, blooms every year. Perhaps it will do so forever. Fragrant pears soften the hands, and carrots, tomatoes, marrows, and blessed onions, all the unsung heroes of the stew pot. Okay, so the preliminary meter is off the list. Oromacastery is definitely a tempting one because it's going to give me access to another nectar memory. So let's think for a minute here. Let's say that I want to focus purely on heart for drums and dances. A full belly makes a helpful friend. So Deoris, buy your mark. Okay, buy ye marks. That one only gives me one, so I should probably read by their marks. You shall know them at minimum. The Chandler's Wish doesn't help us. Memory of Gods doesn't. Deeds of the Scarred Captain. Book of Masks would, though. So the question would be, well, and I also have a fighting chance of making that one work, too, because we've got Edict's Liminal. So 9, 11 with the Tryst. So really just a name day riddle, and we're good to go with the Book of Masks. So that would possibly be 4 towards drums and dances. Okay, and we need 5, so I like what I'm seeing here. The same argument would be made for 26 enticements, 7 torments. And what's better about that one is that I can use the leftover grail to level up leaves and thorns. All right, so again, that's not, we're not going to do all of that at the very end of summer. Oh, here we go. Delivery from TRN Limited. Unwrap, unbox, unleash. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, I'm going to leave it here, but we've got everything that we need. In fact, I'm going to take a minute here to write this down. So, to do... Hang on. This was a mistake. Oh no, Book of Masks is fine. This one is not, because this is Moth. So the 3 and the 3 is the closest. I would go with that. And the funny thing about that, well, 9. Yeah, the Wormwood Dream would let us do that. Okay, fair enough. I think it's going to be a while before I read that, but it's definitely not off limits. No! Okay, so this gets me heart. This gets me heart. This gets me heart and moon. Oh, well, we're going to want to level up Edict's Inviolable anyway. Cool. This works for me. What's Edict's Inviolable at? Three. Okay, interesting. So with that in mind on my to-do list, hey Gleger, I'm actually wrapping up for tonight, but good to see you. Okay, so drums and dance. Oh, we wrote that, and then edicts. Yeah, then edicts inviolable. Okay. So yeah, that gives me plenty to do. Like I said, that's probably not going to be the full activity for the day. If I had to make a guess about this, so the way we could probably approach this would be, this will take 2 minutes to read. While we're doing that, I can get a name day riddle. Actually, you know what? I hate doing this. No, I'm going to leave it. Okay, I just left myself a note here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by reading By Their Marks You Shall Know Them. I'm going to start making a name day riddle so that I can read the Book of Masks. So while I am reading the Book of Masks, I'll be able to level up Drums and Dances. Now the nice thing about Drums and Dances is that it's trivial to get this leveled up, right? It's just 2 heart and nectar. I can get that 100 different ways. Book of Masks, I'm hoping will get me, between 2 or 3 memories. Now, again, those are going to go entirely into the Drums and Dances. They'll get a little bit harder over time, right? I'm going to need more heart, going to need more nectar, but still within the realm of possibility in terms of what I can get leveled up. And then there will be a choice that I need to make regarding the 3 and the 3. I think probably I should not try to read this in the same day. And it's mostly because I will probably wind up using the Wormwood Dream to read it. At that point, I'm going to be using it to level up a higher powered Drums and Dances. Now, the one saving grace is that I'll also be using it to level up Edicts Inviolable. So I'll have at least a lower level skill to be moving up there. But again, there's only so much time in the day, and there's only so many elements of the soul that I have. So I think probably it's feasible for me to try By Their Marks You Shall Know Them and Book of Masks because Drums and Dances is so low. I think anything extra on top of that would be a questionable choice. So, we are November 8th. Well, we're November 8th. It's obviously the 9th now. But I'm pretty happy with where we're at. So just a reminder to everybody, it's going to be a little bit of a weird couple of weeks, actually. So as far as my sort of my near-term plans, on Monday, it is Remembrance Day in Canada, so that is a day that's probably wrong to call it a holiday, but it's a day that I don't have to work. So in that case, my usual rule for this is if I am trying to make Twitch work, and Twitch is not being friendly. Okay, Cultist Simulator. Yeah, nobody's streaming that either. Okay, so basically, So my usual rule is if there is a holiday, if there's a day off, I make that a proper day off. So I don't work. I don't work at work, and I don't work on the streaming stuff. Otherwise, I burn out. Now, on top of that, the Wednesday I'll be fine. So just the 11th I'll be off. I'll be back for the 13th and the 15th, so we're good for those. However, the following week, I do have a prior commitment on the 18th, so I will not be able to stream then. And that is for sure, unless there would have to be a pretty significant change for that. So I'd say like 18th, there's no chance that I'm going to be able to stream. And likewise, on the 20th, that is the day of the local game dev meetup, and so that's also a one, again, unless the meetup's canceled or something like that. I'm just simply not going to be able to attend. In fact, I think it may be the last one of the year. I don't think they do a Christmas one. So that means that, so next week I'm going to be off on the Monday. The following week I'm going to be off both the Monday and the Wednesday, which means I will be back on the 22nd for streaming. And then after that, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, pretty much until we get to Christmas. Christmas time will be, when things get a little exciting as far as just moving through the various holidays and that. But realistically, it's just going to be, the 25th would be the normal day that I take off. However, if the previous streams have been any example, that's a case where I actually really do want to, that's one where I'd like to, do a proper broadcast, just so that people can, I don't know, they have something. If you're with family, and I hope you are, or whoever you want to spend your time with, my hope is that you're spending your time doing that. But my own experience, and definitely the experience of the stream, has been that there are people who either are happy to have something to watch, or it may be kind of their approximation of human contact on Christmas. And I think that's probably, out of all of them, that is the season for me to try and do something like that, even if it means that I don't have the holiday for myself. But that's obviously more than a month in advance. But those are the plans. Now, Prosciutto Fist was in advertising her stream like a, don't you hate people like that? Nobody's streaming Book of Hours, nobody's streaming Cultist Simulator right now. So I will leave you in her capable hands. She's currently playing Zombie Army 4 Dead War. Obviously highly appropriate for this time of memory, marking the sacrifices of the brave men and women who fought in World War, well, I guess both World War I and World War II, all the wars. It's actually really interesting because like I said, I've been meeting a few more veterans, and definitely they mentioned that, at least for a couple of them, apparently Remembrance Day is quite a tough one because they've definitely lost people where they were deployed. So I have not served, so I do not have that. I don't quite have that context, but I do make sure that I go to the memorial service when I can. Please enjoy Prosciutto Fist stream. I'm going to get some sleep, and I will see you all on Wednesday. Until then, take care.